Where does all the information come from? Where does all the information come from? Greetings, King Edwin. The day has come to know. So what is that day that comes to know? Well, if somebody asks a question, they will know. That's pretty simple. So what's up? What's the question of the day? What are people looking for? Or humans or monsters, whatever you want to call them. You know, when they call them a sea monster, it's absolutely true. We come from the one moon, right? The M letter represents three distinctive areas: left, right, and center. How do I know? 10 times 10 times 10. Is 1,000 a digit? No, it's not. It's 4 digits. It's 9, 9, 9, and 9. If you put 1,000, you'll have 8, 9, 9, 9. Why? You have to complete. And the area space you had 1, you need 0 below. Above, below, to the left, to the right. I'm just reading back to you. Okay, imagine you walked into a room, right? And you saw the whole alphabet and you started pulling it apart. Right? Well, I'm putting it back together piece by piece, like Rubik's Cube. You know, you turn it all into areas. Well, I'm doing this with the dictionary. So we're going to start with the letter A. And somewhere down the line, we associated 3 letters, O, N, and E. We associated the 14th, the 15th, and the 5th letter. You know what's ironic about that? It's almost like doing this. Y, M, N, O, L, O. So N and O. I have to write this down because I do lose my place. N and O. So let me see where I was. You know, I already forgot what I was saying, right? If I don't write it down right away, I know about where I was. The second half of the alphabet, okay, starts with, it's L, M, and then the next part of the alphabet, it's L, M, N, and then N, O. It's not just like L, M, N, O, P. What's happening at this point is that there's a duality coming together, right? If I had to say something, I would say the M and the N, the L, M, N, O is a ball. It's a 2 cubic. And when you bring it to its end result, when you come around to the circle, it brings on a 0, you split it in half. Well, that becomes 80. 8 times 8 is 64. 8 plus 8 is 16. 16 plus 64 equals to 80. 26,000, 26, 26, 260, 2,600, 2,600, 26,000. Take away 8, take away 80. And now you have 26,920. What is the 92? It doesn't happen in a 2 cubic. There is no 9. How do you want to get a 9 in a place that only has 8 cubes? The thing is about the 8 cube is it's all corners. About the 2 cube, it's all corners. And according to this diagram, 1, 9, 7, and 3 are in the corners. So if I pick up a 2 cube, I have to see 1, 9, 7, and 3. So what happens with this? Well, this is a 3 cube. Do you see what happens? The 2 cube, right, went out to the corners and got split up by the 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do you appreciate, right? The area space in the center that brings it together. 5, 5, 5. 3 levels of 5, of course, you know. When you jump into the water, into the round circle, right? I get caught over here. My toroidal field is now in the water. My legs are like a duck. So why are my legs like a duck? All of a sudden, I'm like going down and my legs, all of a sudden, like a child goes into the water. And I saw it yesterday and the feet start to move. So what is a feet? Why can't we say foots? Why do we have to put the two E's? We say feet, no S inside of that. So the feet go in the water. You know, you can still live without the feet, right? But without the feet, you live. So these are the three levels, and this is Rubik's Cube. The same setup. I set everything up as games. Everything is a game. Every digit, every dot, everything comes from a game. Everything was created from a game. Or it could be a tree. Well, that would be a word, right? That would be part of it. It would come from a dictionary. It would be a book, so it would come from a book. And everything I do has already been fact-checked. That's what I like about this. It's been fact-checked, okay, from where I found it. Now I want to share it and see if others can understand it the way I saw it. Now, I believe that if we put this into a game like in Roblox and we come out here to play, we can play the universe. We can reconstruct what has already been constructed with pieces and parts that we know where they go because we now understand them. We understand 13. What is 13? And many aspects of 13. The thing is, the game will be incomplete. I am only one. You are all the rest with all the missing questions. 8 billion people, 8 billion more people asking questions. And let's say we'll give everybody like 5 questions each. That would be 40 billion questions. What if everybody had 10 questions? And what if I brought my nephew and he's 5 years old and he says, well, what about this? And how come? And how come? And how come? And why? Well, how come is 2 words and why is 1 word, because the how come is with Mars, because it's a duality, and the why is, well, with Earth. Well, what happened to why? Well, you're part of why. You're a 1 letters that jumped into the toroidal field and picked up 555. That'd be 1.25. Or how about 512 conjuncts, 16 by 16, 256. Why don't I go to 17? Why don't I go to AG? Because it's the AG that delivers the silver string of the goldfish that's inside your shark tank. Pluto? Yes. Okay. The red? Okay. You had the 3 ball and the 11 ball and pull. Okay. 3 by 11, 33. 3 plus 11, 14. And 33 is 47. TIMEBULL. 9 times 4. 9 times 7, 63, 36. Okay. Okay. Yellow and red come together to create orange. You know that, right? But the yellow ball is the 1 and the 9. You know there's no 9, right? In a 2 cubic. The only time there's a 9 is when you take the 2 cubic and you throw it against the wall, right, upon the cross, and it takes up all 8 corners of the cross. Well, when you have a stick, it's got 2 ends. Come on. I can't just put down 1 dot. I'm talking about a stick. Yeah, the Aztec says all sticks are 5 and the dots are 1. Right, so so are the moons 1 and the 5? So are we talking about Jupiter? 5 and 1 is 6, you know. Don't talk about the 15th or 51st letter. You know about Area 51, 3 by 17? Yeah, 10-7. I know the French say it that way. Yes, I know it's a language game. I have to make sure, like if any other language, like if the Russians come in, the R and the N, they're going to turn around and go the other way. You know what that means? When the R and N go the other way? Yeah, just hold on. So when the R and N go the other way, you see this over here. I'm drawing it out for them. Tell them about orange already. Wait, you're so impatient. Man, the dogs, you know. Whew. Okay, so we have the cube, right? We got 6. And then the other side has a dot here. So I can draw a line here, a line here, and a line here. With the same 6, right? Whoopee, I don't like that one. And I only got 2 minutes now. They put me on a timer. Okay, with the next one, like this, and I put a dot over here, and I put another line, I'll draw this. So now I have NH, and that's 14, and that's 26, that's 5, and that's 8. I got Scorpio, Leo, 13. That's absolutely perfect. And 40 and 13 is 53. 5 and 3 is 8. 5 times 3 is 15, and 8 equals to 23. And now we got who? Finally, we found who, and we have a 3-letter word, and that's 9 times 9 is 81. 9 plus 9 is 18, and now we know Venus is who? Anything to do with 1881 or 2 digits that revert to what is 99. They are perfect within themselves. Hold on, I'm talking to nobody. Nobody's there? Absolutely nobody's there. I don't need anybody there. That's the second half of the alphabet, LMNOP. So that would be 1 and 2, alphabet. Would nobody be there? I'm just putting it together. It's a conversation so that the others on the other side, regardless of who's on this side, is I have to make believe that I'm talking inside my head, right? Is that the Truman Show? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What happened to the rest of the day? Well, 8, 8, and 8. I got to stop right there. I only learned how it works with 8. It's 120 degrees. They showed me on the Rolex watch at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, 60 degrees before 12, 60 degrees after 12. We have the Rolex watch. And if you want to do it at 6 o'clock where Virgo hangs out, that's up to you. I'm going to slow down, explain it all. One piece at a time. Number 72. Monopoly. Size matters. What it could be and what it can't be. It can't be a 1 cubic because this is a 1 by 2. So if this is a 2 high, this is a 2 high, it has to be a 2 wide. It's a minimum of 4, it's a minimum of 2. There are 4 spaces before the trains. That'll be a 1 by 2 by 4 is 8. Be 8 here, be 8 here. You see the 16 by 16, 256, 8 cubic. Running binary. Right? Understanding how to run binary when you follow the laws. We have laws to follow. They're right here. That law has to be understood by reading it here. You also have to understand, we're not talking about what size, but also sometimes to understand the shape. You know what I like about this shape? The shape changes its name from cube square to ball round. Ball round, cube square, I can throw both of them, right? Put together with 8 and 8. I just split it up to see what shows up. You see where the cross shows up between the Vesica Pisces over here? Right? Did we see the different kind of curvature here compared to the interior fold here? I don't know what that is. You see, the good thing about the game that I'm putting together is I can bring all the experts in the field into this game. I'm just coordinating, okay, the numerics, the dynamics of the digits. That's all, and it's great because there's 8 billion people that obviously see a lot of holes like cheese, and that's another thing talking about cheese. Talking about the cheesy moon, what is the possibility or reality that we could have that cheesy moon? Now, I don't know if these arms start on the inside or Rubik's Cube goes on the inside of this. And they pull in and pull out. And it balances and rebalances, pending which holes they go in, tilting and shifting and moving. This is the wiffle ball. This is the pickleball. WH is the beginning of this word. 23 and 8, 31. 2 and 3, 5. 5 and 8 again. Who? Number 23 times 3, 69. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3. Who? Electric company. Connecting the left side with the right side and bringing them together. That's who he is. Let me look up who he is, not she, because who and he is a 2-letter word. H-E. When you add she, you create a 3-letter word. He as a 2-letter word and she as a 3-letter word doubles up in the column of the digits, but does not double up in the column of the letters. We went from a 2-letter word to a 3-letter word. Big deal. I and R are the only ones in their house, in the 9th house when counting 1 through 26. I 9 and R 18. 3 times 6 equals 18. 2 times 9 equals 18. Thumb pi. Thumb pi because the thumb has 2 bones. And the finger rests have 3. Let me recheck this. Whoopee. Well, so to finish off with the phone thing, or to finish off with this for a second. A, J, S, B, K, T, C, L, and U. And I'm stopping there for a reason, because this is the end of digits on a cube. 12, 21. 21 is the highest. 12 is what is, I think it's, hold on a second, 3, 4, 5. Now, why did I choose 3, 4, 5? Before anything comes to fruition in this game, 1 and 2 must associate. So we do not begin until we have 3. Now, we cannot begin at a 1 cubic until it gets encompassed with life inside the 3 cubic when 1 and 2 come together. And still we need the supporter and the transporter of this, which is going to be the 2 cubic Venus. 9 times 9, 9 plus 9. Is it RA or RAH? Is it a 2-letter word or is it a 3-letter word? Which letter? Which letter? Do you know why? Because that's all the answers. This is the answer. What is 1 is 9? What is 2 is 8? What is 3 is 7? What is 4 is 6? 5, 5, 5, 5. That's all it is. We also run to see that when I mention 3 times 6, 18, 180 degrees. 1 plus 8 is 9, 90 degrees. What does it mean, 90 degrees? I'd have to look it up. I don't have my phone. I don't like to rely on myself for anything other than what I remember from what others have said that has already passed the test of time. I can make mistakes if I say things. The alphabet is 26. The Aztec is 26. We have 13 moons. 13 by 2 is 26. We have 52 cards in the deck, which is 26. We have 12 zodiac signs taking 6, 1, and 6, where 1 and 12, 2 and 11, 3 and 10, 9 and 4, 8 and 5, 7 and 6 all come together to be 13, the one that brings all that is together, that without the 13th or the 7th, none would be that is, and none would be I am who is. Who comes down the chimney? Why does who come down the chimney? Where is the chimney? And why do I say who comes down the chimney? Whoop, I dropped the phone again. Je dirais que je ne peux pas acheminer ton appel. So that's French for saying I can't put forward your call. Acheminer. So I can't put forward. So I'm still trying to understand. Sometimes I'm in and out from that understanding. Orange. Orange is the put together of yellow and red. I like to call it the elephant in the trunk. Why? When you're driving behind me and put on your flashers, they're yellow and red, and you're in the trunk. Well, today I think the motor is in the trunk, the EV. You know the EV is a completion of itself in the alphabet. Here's your EV. Here is one part of the EV, and here's the second. Your reverse of EV is communication, 2 and 3, 2 times 3, 2 plus 3, 6 and 5, 11. Never reduce from 11. Did you know you can also create 11 this way? 1 times 5, 1 plus 5. 6 and 5, 11. In this situation, it's 84, running the trinity, the cycles. 4 is 1/3 and 8 is 2/3 of what is 12. When we had the, hold on a second, that was the 5-1, hold on. Oh my giddy. Okay, that was the 5-1. This was the 5-4. Okay, so hold on. 5-1, 5-4, 1-4, 1-4. Okay, so 5-1, hold on. Okay, the 5-4 goes to the 2-3. So you can just one, yes, this is what I want to say. 1.5 times something is equivalent to that 5-1. As per that half is what is noted to be a 5 number. But if I said half time, you might think 3, because 3 is the number that fits in between half of what is 60 or 6. Right? So this is all about yesterday, all about every single word in the dictionary yesterday. The books that were written, of the science books that were written, okay, yesterday. What did the words say? What was the name of the book? I want to see the name of the book. I want to see the author of the book, because I'm going to go by the letter. The M letter first, right? If you have the N letter first, the O letter second. It's all a story, and it's told yesterday. Now the question is, where do the definitions come up? The definitions come up by association of, let's say Mars is number 51, and by the way, it is M13, A1, R18, S19, and that totals to 51. Now, is it 51 in Chaldean? Is it 51 in Gematria? In Gematria, it's M1, A1, R5, S6, and this is Gematria 7. Gematria 7. Let me see this. Boy, 12. Okay, Gematria 7 equals to 13. What is 6, 5, 11, and 1 and 1? Mars is all ones. And these two come together. For the count in area space, the area space count, in which is occupied by R and S in the alphabet at the 18th and 19th letter, equals to 37. Everything joins at this area. Around and around and around you connect to this area over here. So this is R18 and S19 equals to 37. Just give me a second. I think I broke this thing here. Okay, I broke it, so. Yes, let me get a little coffee over here. I'm missing a piece of equipment. I'm going to have to ask a question and over here. Let me move this apart. I know I opened up a lot of can of beans. Tuck, 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 tuck. Tick tock. Tick-tock, tic-tac-toe, starting with the letter T, the 20th letter. What is 20Y 2020? An area space of 13. Day 6. When we finish our first week and go to rest on God's day, that's our first session. The week after is our second session. After we've finished the session in the first house and the session in the second house, as we achieve the second house, the first house is always coming. The first house to the one moon. So when we achieve the first 6 days of Genesis, we go on to the 1 day and the next 6 days. And then we go on to the next 6 days. You see, the 7th day is the day of rest. The question is, this first Saturday is not the 7th day. It's the first day of day 6 Genesis. So this day, okay, this is the 6th day, right? But this is the first day of man, the Saturday, the day of rest. It never moves. It only turns around in a circle forever. It circles 8 as 6 and 6. How does it circle 8 at 6 and 6, 12? First it circles it this way, and then it circles it this way, 6 and 6. When it circles it this way, you can see 2 and 5, or you can see 2 and 5. 2 times 5, 2 plus 5, 17 Mars vibration. When it is the other way, it is 3 and 4 bridging, 2 poles and 1 pole. You know, it's very funny. It keeps showing people are jumping in here, and one name keeps staying at the bottom. It keeps jumping above the one name. That's like really weird. Yeah, I'm going to be taking just a 2-minute break here. Maybe I'll just put on this little teeny weeny bit of music. Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, we're going to lower that for sure. Should we put on the funny song? Where's the funny song? Okay, we'll play this one. Okay.
Soft wind moving through the night, words becoming waves of life. Every tongue and every breath carries life beyond the day. Dog in the yard hears the tone, cat on the roof guards the phone. Every creature plays a part in the rhythm of the cosmic heart. Bonjour la terre, écoutez bien, les nombres ouvrent le chemin. Logos whispers in the air, every sound already there. Neon shining desert wide, neon shining desert wide, rolling rivers made of pride, cards on tables, dice that spin, numbers chasing loss and win. From Reno Hills to Vegas lights, machines awake through endless nights, but high above the desert sand, ancient watchers guard the land. No more chains and no more spin, truth begins beneath the din. doghouse standing in the sand, compass turning through the land. Le chien garde la maison, les chats parlent à l'horizon. Every game has rules to play, night and morning, dark and day. Hockey skates across the ice, baseball throws the spinning dice. Soccer runs from field to field, every move a truth revealed. The seagull table shining bright, follow laws of chance and sight. Every rule a mirror shows how the hidden balance flows. Dog keeps watch on earth below, cats send signals as they go. Under the sun and under the moon, every number finds its tune. Doghouse standing in the sand, compass turning through the land. Dans le vent, les mots voyagent entre la terre et l'air. Two and two become the floor, three above becomes the door. Odd between the even stands, joining all the mirrored lands. Four directions hold the ground, eight more turning all around. Sticks of light begin to rise, building houses to the skies. Triangles forming sacred fire, rising ever higher, higher. Tetrahedron in the night, holding balance, holding light. Guten Abend, hör den Klang, numbers move like ancient songs. Dog of earth with steady eyes, cat of air across the skies. Guardian below the beam, messenger inside the dream. Walking plank from 3 to 4, opening the silent door. Between the beams the signals flow, where the hidden pathways go.
Yum, 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 yum. Yahtzee.
Meadow clover grows, where the patient farmer knows life returns through turning days.
The Bible.
Mysterious quiet ways, pig walks slowly through the land, keeper of the soil and sand. Cycle moving deep and wide, like the rhythm of the tide. Barn and kitchen, flaming grain, all the earth returns again. East and west the winds will sing, north and south the rivers bring. Four directions shape the land, eight more guide the traveler's hand. Upward line through moonlit dome turns the planet into home. Moon above and sun below guide the ancient ebb and flow. Under the sun and under the moon, every rhythm finds its tune. Dog and cat and earth and star teach us who we really are. Vegas fading in the sand, truth returning to the land. Let nombres deviennent the liens between the stars and hearts of men. Logos guiding through the night.
Men, menstrual cycle men. Amen, Lee.
Listen close and you will hear every sound both far and near. Games and numbers, words and signs, hidden maps between the lines. Dog still watches, cat still speaks across the valleys and the peaks. Every rule becomes the key, opening eternity. In the doghouse holds the song
Big bang.
of everyone. shelter, smooth.
I'll be back in a minute.
Spiral turns in a tin whistle sky. River hums where the questions lie. Who signed the blueprint of the stars? Who wired the dark with silver sparks? Plumber of the ocean's deep, electric hands where lightning sleep, carpenter of golden breath, clockwork ticking life and death. We're all doctors of our trade, patch the cracks the system made, hammer hope in broken beams, stitch the fabric of our dreams. Who built the wheel? We're spinning on. Who sets the dusk? Who breaks the dawn? If every mind's a medicine, then who prescribes the world we're in? Where labor rolling down the line, stamped and sorted by design, market bells and shipping cries, numbers where the spirit hides, but the fiddle sings what the ledgers can't. A human heart ain't merchandise. Spin that wheel, them tight hands. Diagnose the grand device. Society's a factory floor. Ideas boxed behind a door. Value tag in sweat and time. Profit pressed in march and rhyme. Get in the forge of flesh and bone. Each soul builds a throne unknown. Doctor, welder, streetlight guide. Universe working from inside. Circle starts from center flame. Half devoted shifts its name from 30 days.
They're all the same.
Time bends back along the line. Are we cargo? Are we sea?
They're all the same. I've never really worked on this one fully, but I could. Maybe I could. It's quiet. We're only one. I think I'm going to do that right now, maybe. Just see if I can copy it. Where is it? Copy image, and then we'll go over here. Let me see what's happening over here. Oh boy. I'd have to go to my own. Okay, so I do this here. That's the way I do them. I line them up here, even though this is a messy one. I don't even know what they call this. I'm going to try and look it up before I do this one here. I'm going to call it the Mayan square. I don't know what to call it. The Mayan 13 by, what was the size of this? 20 by... whoa, I don't even know what it's down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 6, 20 by 13. Okay. This is the second half of our alphabet, by the way. I'm going to explain this in a minute. Right? So let me put this 20 by 13. Is it a magic? So let me just go. So... videos, images. No, I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna just go back here and work on that. Something. Oh, you know what? I have it here. Hold on, I have it here. I think it's their calendar, Mayan calendar. Yeah, here it is. I have it here. So it's right here. I think it's the same thing. Yeah, okay, so 12, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 13. Okay, so yeah, so 13 is over here. It splits over here. So I should have turned it this way. Whoopee. Right? So I'm just going to take a picture of this 1 second. Just 1 second, I'm looking for it. Okay, so just give me 1 second here. Just give me a second to find it. Okay, what is the name of it?
Les nombres tournent, le zodiaque respire. Les animaux marchent dans le cercle du temps. Et quelque part, au centre de la ville cosmique, il y a Charlie Brown.
Dans une petite ville brune où les étoiles tournent en rond, Charlie Brown marche la tête vers le sol profond. Mais au-dessus du monde brille la couronne du zodiaque, et les nombres dansent
Fourth
comme un
dimension.
cirque mathématique.
Fourth dimension.
Brown,
Town.
crown down, les lignes tournent toujours en rond. Charlie compte les lunes sur un plateau lunaire, 13 par 13 dans la grille de l'univers, 169 carrés dans le terrain profond, le jeu cosmique de Charlie Brown. Hey Charlie Brown, ne regarde pas en bas, les nombres te soulèvent déjà, 12 signes dansent autour de toi, dans la ville du cirque du zodiaque. Fais tourner le cube, écoute le son, les fractales bondissent à l'unisson, chaque code que l'on voit dans le fond revient toujours à Charlie Brown.
Six faces du cube tournent doucement, 8 coins brillent silencieusement, 12 arêtes marchent dans le ciel profond, et un centre secret reste sans nom. 3 plus 1 plus 3, voilà la clé, 7 ouvre la géométrie, mais 3 et 4 gardent la porte du pont invisible qui nous transporte. Pas d'ombre, pas de détour, seulement la ligne 3, 4 pour toujours. C'est là que les mondes se répondent dans la pensée calme de Charlie Brown.
12 rencontres, 13 dans un espace suspendu. Une étincelle de vie apparaît inconnue.
Quelque chose naît dans ce moment, un pli secret dans le firmament. 13 et 14 marchent droit devant, mais 12 vers 13 plient le temps. La vie surgit dans la nuit profonde, les nombres dansent dans le monde, le rythme secret que...
The bell. You see what happened with me fooling around? I found the bell. When the bell knocks, it knocks here and here. You know when you breathe in, it goes this way, then that way, right? You know how it works. So just by fooling around, I understood the hat was too small. And that the backside was on the other side, that you couldn't see the backside. It was the way in. The curtain stops over here, right? You don't go to the backside of the stage, right? You only see the front side of the stage. You don't see the left. You don't see the right. You see this little square, right? You got A, GT, you gat? How about Gatto, the cat? Looking for that last talent, squeezing everybody together in this machine just to figure out who's the one. Who's that one? What talent? What talent do you have? What talent do you have? You know, what I'm looking for is not the spelling bee, but it's the alphabet. The alchemic alphabet. We only talk about the alchemic words, but we don't talk about the alchemic alphabet that made these words alchemic themselves. For the words of what they are, that if somebody said that this is the word when they went to a spelling bee, I would go, what? Even today when someone speaks to me, I'm going, what? Which way are you going? And they say, well, you know what I'm talking about. I sort of know what you're talking about. If I completely knew what you were talking about, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But I'm telling it to you. Okay, I hear you. You're throwing me all these words that assemble together through your understanding, not through mine. Even the simplest is, what language do you speak at home? I got this mail, I don't remember what they call it. What language do you speak at home? Right now I'm speaking English. The other video, I did French. A friend comes over, they're French. A friend comes over, they're English. They're Spanish, whatever they come over. What do I speak at home? I don't speak at home. Maybe I do speak at home. I probably speak at home more than anybody else speaks at home. How am I? Who am I? As how I am. No, I'm good. I like that. So Hay. So one of the things of yesterday is the assembly is how are you? I am fine. And you, so Hay is 8, 1, and 25. So the two first ones are the first rendition, the singularity of H and A. So H is now going to be H will be Q, and H will be Z. A will be all of what it is, but it's a little bit different for the reason that it doesn't get capitalized. But in my scenario, I capitalize everything, right, to start with. And take away the A-R-E and you can go re-ra, right? Is it re-ra like in the morning? Or like I'm awakened, like I'm going, doesn't matter what time of the day. It's always like that good time of the afternoon because the body is up, so it must be the afternoon. When I say that word, it actually says half of the earth, moon. Why? The two ends coming together, they're on the other side of the spirit. Why? When I add up 1 through 13, it equals to 91. So what? Spirit equals to 91. So what? Time 47, bull 47, and 44, space, teen, Abraham, 91. So what? 4 and 4 is 8, okay. 7 and 4, that make 11. Forget it, we'll just leave it 11. They say never to reduce 11. We now have what is 8 and 11. We now have 8 by 11, 88. 8 and 11, 19. 88 and 19 is 107. So let me see if I can remember what I said. 8 by 11 equals to 88. 8 plus 11 equals to 19. 8, 11, 8, 11, 8, 11. 16 equals to 27. 22 equals to 30. Okay, so what happens is when you get to 11, those who study the astrology, the pseudoscience of astrology, their algorithm, right? Oh, I'm just categorizing according to what the science says. So what science? Because remember, whose science? Oh, sorry, the science that has been patented and passed the test of time. Not your science. You baked the cake at home. Probably the best cake in the world. You only sold none. They weren't for sale. They were all given away. Imagine, the best food in the world has been given away at somebody's dinner table. Somebody took their time all day long. They looked for the best vegetables. But guess what? In 1840, they knew the best farmers. In fact, Dad, can you go get some apples and some stuff out of the garden? Well, I don't know. Here it's starting to snow. It didn't snow that much before. Only got cold in December, and it wasn't that cold. But I guess they had to drum up on the new system they're putting in here, and it takes a lot of water and heats up during the wrong period of time, and it gets cold in another period of time. I think that's when they switch all the
those machines, and then it starts to snow in the air. We get twinkles in the stars, snow, S and N, snow number 33, the 19th and the 14th. When you're running 90 degrees, you stop here at your 90 degrees, here. You stop your next 90 degrees here, down below, right? The thing is, check it out, there's no holes. I'm gonna have to stick it in one of these corners. So we're gonna have an offset wobble to this. There's going to be 3 centered dots and 18 without. 3 on the inside, 18 on the outside. So the core of the 9 only shows up here, and it is encompassed by 26, by obligation. The Monopoly board, okay, in order to recreate a board where one area space is half the size of the other area space, the only way to do it is to create a 13 by 13 area space. Everything I say, I look for, I cross-check. Then I get a 2-minute penalty, so I didn't cross-check anything, right? So things that you cross, right? Now the chicken crossed the road. Why did the so if you're over here, right? So this is what I like. There's a bunch of things to the story. It's all of a sudden that if I cross the road, I automatically, like I'm here. Me and the chicken and me are right here. The rooster is here. Everybody knows the rooster's on top, right? But I crossed the road. So did the rooster. Anyways, okay, so yeah, no fooling around. I think the crows are the dragons because of the word Caucasian. Where was I with this? Yeah, just lost my little place. Just give me a second. Wow, I shouldn't fool around so much. Building back the computer with gigabytes, the alphabet. Where was I? Hold on. Yes, okay, I remember. Yes, how are you? H, how are you? So I can go H-A-Y. Hey! Oh, that was loud. That would be the 5th letter. So that would be Yod-Hey. The reason for that is Yod-Hey, for me, at the beginning was hey, hey, hey. Who sang that song? Well, you probably will find the rest of that information. How do I know, or believe, or think, or to lead you to the information? I believe this because that's what I've been doing for 20 years. Just going off on what everything that has already been said so we all know that we can't cheat. So the other way to say how are you is H-O-W and then the R and then the U. So R and U is going to represent the 7th inning stretch. Right? I'm saying right, and the reason for this is the R is the 18th letter, the U is the 21st letter. In the 7th inning, there are 21 outs for the visiting team, V1. Is it V1 or 1V? Good morning to Zeus. You know, the Z is the 26th letter, and the E is the 5th letter in the alphabet. There are no more than a level face to a cube when a cube is sitting down on the ground. And that is where the EV plugs in. You will see 5. Reverse alphabet of that is going to be 22, and that's the letter V. The total is 27. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 is going to equal to 4, and 4 is 8. Abraham's tiny teen house. You see, everything I hear and see and can complete with something that already exists is going to be the story at hand. It tells the story itself. You tell the story. You tell the story, because if I didn't hear how are you before, right? Or if I heard how are you the first time, in fact, I can hear something in another language of how are you, and that would probably be the first time. Or it would be pretty rare. So I'd put it under that category and look at it at that way. One of the rare things in numbers is the 4th year, the leap year. You know what happens? If the leap year was this year, next year would be 1 year after the leap year, 3 years before the next leap year. And then when 2 years go by from the leap year, it'd be 2 years from the leap year and 2 years to the next leap year, except for that day, we'd have to get the extra day. And which day was it? Because there's 1,461 days. So let's do this. 1461. 1 divided by 1,461, or let's make it 730 divided by 1461 and 731. So let's do this.
Just want to just do this one little thing. Just give me 1 second. Where is, okay, so just give me a second, yeah. So I'm just gonna put on this music really back to the beginning and slow, and then when I'm finished this, I'll replay it again. So what I did over here, okay, where's the calculator? Yeah, I don't have a phone. I can go get one probably right now. My mother made a joke yesterday to me. She says, I see how your work is going. She says, when are you gonna get a real this here, they all have something in common. But anyways, I'm not going to finish that part. 5 and 4 is 9. 6 and 3 is 9. 8 and 1 is 9. Now, this might not be the assembly, the proper assembly of this equation. Some equations go like this. Some other equations might go. I'm just trying to see what number I'm going to use. And when this happens here, okay, oh, I can put a 0 here. I could put any number here. Doesn't matter. It's the occupation of the area space, showing that there's 7, showing that there's 6. Why 13? I think I should just explain why 13, or see if I can share with you what I see on 13, and you can tell me whether that fits into something that's already been created and which has been accepted, fact-checked, and passed by the universities around the world for at least 50 to 100 years. That's what I'm looking for. All right? I'm not fooling around here. All right? So now where are my glasses? Just give me a second.
Charlie Brown marche la tête vers le sol profond. Mais au-dessus du monde brille la couronne du zodiaque. Et les nombres dansent comme un cirque mathématique.
Yeah. Oh, Jiminy Crickets. I put them away, so I should find them. So what happens?
Charlie compte les lunes sur un plateau lunaire.
So what's happening with this? I'm gonna have to make it on a smaller scale, or hopefully, okay. I already have one already made out here. Okay. When you're working with the Tzolk'in calendar of 260, 260 is the same as 26. It's also the same if I did this. So what's happening here? This area here, right? See this area over here? What is that? Garbage stuff, right? This is not that. This is... Anybody want to send me a package of these in red, blue, yellow? Or I also like these. These are also good. Or let me go out and send me a gift card for, what is the name of that place? I don't know. Anyways, whatever they are, Castle, they're the best. Well, there's a few other ones, but you know what? I can't test them all. You know, that's the thing about humans. We can't just go out and test them all. Sometimes, so yeah, I love my yellows. I really do. Okay, and sometimes this works good. So let me use, no, I need to use red for the middle. Okay, sometimes this one works good. Okay, this area here. Now we're going to do... See, I want to, so like you can say we can make something else the middle. Yes, you can. What are we working with? Right now I'm working with the 260-day calendar. If you want to work with the 360-day calendar, I have to build another scenario for 360. You see the difference between, let me see. When we get to the 260, we have, right, we have what is 130 and 130. Okay, equals to what is 260. I also have what is 13 and 13 equals to 26. The assembly of this 26 is equal to what is 52, which equals to 4 by 13. Or how about 2 times 13 equals to 26, and then 2 times 13 equals to 26. Or how about 3 times 13 equals to 26, and 1 times 13 equals to 13. Whoopee. $39. This is the 7th inning stretch. All right. HRU. So this is the complete cube. This is the plane. And then you'd have the 4 corners. That would equate to SIC. Oh, I'm sick. No, that would be, it would be the F, but the direct translation of A-E-I-O and U would be A. So actually would say the same thing. Even if you put the A here, right, the C and the A, this over here is this over here. This is when 1 comes between 2. And either you have fire, air, right, which is 3, 5, 7. You see the movement of this when you're moving? This is the tool I use to know if I'm going up, I'm staying in the cardinal house in this region of 147. When I go up, I know I'm going to stay in the fixed house. When I go up, I know I'm going to be in the mutable house, but guess what? Even if I go down, it's the same thing. I can go up or down. What is the next number here to go down? It's 7. Well, we have a problem. What happened to Pisces? What happened to Aquarius? A quarter, right? Aqua, Q, 38 between 1 and 1. All right, that's a combo. You know what the reverse of this is? Ja. Now, if I reverse the U, it'd just be JF. So I'm going to tell you why. The reverse alphabet of the 17th letter is JQ. It'd be Q17, J10. And you know what is ironic about this? Is that 17 is 10 and 7. 5 times 2 equals 10. 5 plus 2 equals 7. And 10 equals 17 minus equals 3CQ. This is also going to be
reduced. Whether we like it or not, it's going to be 1, 7, and 7, 1. And we can get that to be what is... First of all, how it is said is 10 and 7, right? But how is this said? It's said 60 and 10. Because in this area here, it's going to be 60 and 10 and 7. See, the assembly of numbers runs 1 through 19, right? It runs 1 through 18. It runs 1 through 20. And it runs 1 through 21. When you go 90 and 30 and 90 to run the 180 across, the 30 in between, and then the 180 across, going down 90, 30, 90. Why 30? 10, 10, 10. The thing is, it's the legs that take up the bottom row, and it's the top body that take up the top row. The middle is in between here. I don't have to go this way. I can use it. We can replace it with planets. We can replace it with anything. It doesn't matter. It's still the digits themselves. That's the dynamic. This is the deck of cards. I'm going to show you what happens in the deck of cards. Is Jack, Queen, King. Jack, Queen, King. I think I should take a 2-minute break because I didn't finish my coffee. I'll put on the song, or I'll put on a picture. Do I have anything new out here? How's everybody doing? I'm going to look at what's going on. I haven't taken a look at anything yet. I'm always like that. Yeah, we're going to look at this. So what are these lines and dots? These lines and dots, the dots are evaluated at 1, and the lines are evaluated at 5. Not by my doing. The Roman numerals, right, are all made up the same way, 5s and 1, except you'll see 1,000 or 500 or 50. Just give me a second. Oh, yeah, this is Mr. ID. So you can see in the artwork that the D takes up both sides of the head uninterrupted, but the body splits by the I and creates a B. So if you want to do it the other way, you can. But it naturally, if you not need to use a young mind and see in school, this is what we all did. What is the brain above? The left, the right, the Vega card, and bringing the new tower together, the Abraham Tower. So, yeah, that's not what I wanted to bring up either. The bees, yes, all the bees, where are they going? Where are they going? All the bees, the vibration, right? The vibration of the pigskin. Oh, the ducks. Yes, the ducks have orange feet, right? So ducks have orange feet. Like I picked up the orange phone, and orange is made of yellow and red. So now if we do association, and you can go everywhere. If you're a scientist, you probably know stuff, a lot of stuff. I mean, that's where it all is. But when we go too far outside the realm without building up to it, we don't see anything in between. Red is red, end results. Now, how many different areas can we get that red pigmentation? What happens? This, that, and the other thing is something else. This is where I'd put it all into the computer and see how I'd build it so it would rebuild the words, rebuild the letters to understand how the letters became the words themselves. This 1 and 7 association is AG. It's silver. The silver bringing in the goldfish, the silver, the sharks, the triangles. It's a curveball. It's a slider. It's a knuckleball. I am looking for, what was I looking for? Yeah, so what? Yeah, so where is I here? What's this next? Oh, yes. So in between the left side and the right side, okay, is the I again. You see the football, right? That's your body. Now, if you're sleeping, it would be the other way, right? And when you're awake and you see the who is who on each side, and those two triangles and the little eye at the top, like the little kippa at the top. We only live at the top of the igloo. Oh yeah, Matrix, right? Driving my mind wild. Anyways, I want to see what I was really looking for. I wasn't looking for... I'm Okay, let's see if there's any errors in this. Let's see if there's any errors in this. Good day, good afternoon, good morning, buenos dias, hola, como que va? Let me put on my glass. Oh yeah. So today is the first day of the cycle. I have to read this cycle. Just give me a minute to catch up with something. What does it count when you count 1 through 260? Even though you're not supposed to do it that way. Oh. $33,920. 261. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I was looking at something adding 1 to 260, but I found something out that's better. I don't need to do that. I need to run 1 all the way to 260, equaling to 261. And 261 reverted is 738, and that's the Schumann resonance. I knew I saw something there. So the Aztecs, right, their dynamics of 260 runs directly into the moon and into the Schumann resonance. I'm going to explain it to you why. Remember, it's in theory, but all the numbers always come together. When you flip numbers, binary, I didn't create it. I created nothing, zero, nothing at all. It's like we all came here. Imagine this. 20, 30, 40 of us come together and we all say, what did you see today? What did you find? What did you find? What did you find? And then I'm sitting here, or we all put this into a computer and it spits it out. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm just spitting out everything that I found from yesterday. Almost like 1,000 people just walked into the room. But it's 20 years, 22 years now. So 21 years times 360. 21 years times 360 equals 27560. I would like to know what is 5760, because that's the number, because the 5760, right? Hold on a second, is the 5760, 576 423 153 846 216 783 423 576 846 153 783 216. So I'm going to just take this down for a second. So what I just did, right, is why I brought it over here from here, 21 years going around 360. But the Aztecs say, what about the 5 area? How do you count the 5 area? How do you count it? When nothing's in it, there's nothing there. The 360 and the 5 is because you brought this side to that side. You created life within the heart of nothingness. You brought nothing to life. The torridio field filled with life. All the electricity that's flying around. All that chaos that seems to be what is because you can't keep up with it is all of whoever you are that you can't believe that you are. You are. If you are with the Lord, then how are you with the Lord? How can you believe in something that is invisible? I bring the word to light. You breathe the fractal conscience of the Lord. You have the chance to make a choice. Your alpha, beta, delta, gamma, AC/DC association. It is your choice. The monkey wrench. The monkey wrench is to understand that yesterday's words were yesterday's words, and the breath has moved them forward. To today, what I speak, the words, quand je parle aujourd'hui, dans la langue anglaise ou en la langue française, en espagnol, si on ne parle la nouvelle langue par-dessus la planète, je le dis vraiment, certainement, il n'y a pas personne ici 500 années passées, ni 2000 années passées, ni les histoires et les livres n'étaient pas écrits. C'est sûr, il n'y a personne qui trouvait beaucoup des livres lisables de 5000 années qui est capable de comprendre la langue quand même, que quelqu'un a traduit. The minute you translate something, it is no longer what it is. It is of the breath of the translator. It is the breath of those who receive and understand the indoctrination within their own minds of how things should be, could be, how things are because of how they understand of what is. 1 plus 0 is 1. 2 digits divided by 2 equals 0.5 or 5 and 5. So now what was 1A, or what was 1O, the 15th letter, is now 1A broken up into EE. The ring and the pole, 3 poles crossing. I want to finish with 13. So now I'm not the only one. So now I'm asking myself the question. Many questions. I just want to build this now. I have a few things in mind about 13. One of them is, oh yes, I was drawing it out. Okay, one thing I want to say before I even draw it out, this here is a 20 by 13. Is it a 20 by 13, right? And if I put another one here, it'll be 20 by 26. 2026, the letter T and the letter Z. So I have a 13 by 20. If I double it, I have a 26 and a 40. But if I only double it this way, I'll have a 26 and a 20. And that will give me the letters T and Z. Is that why it would be the Tzolk'in calendar? Now, I'm putting together a scenario. I already have something in my head, but I want to see what this is doing. Do you know that the 13 by 20, did you know 13 times 20 equals to 260? Big deal. Did you know that, well, I don't even know if that's the proper words. 13 by 20 equals to 260. When I add up 14 all the way to 20, right? 26. That equals to 260. The average, okay, is 20 with 13 letters. That fits directly, okay, into here. 13 by 20. That's the way it averages out. So again, what is 20? Is it 6167? Is it 6161? Let me see this. 6 and 1 and 6. That is my first 13. And then I go 6 and 1. Let me go 7 and 6. Okay. 6 and 1 and 6 and 6 and 1. So the first 13 and then the next 7. So I did it a little different. Yeah, I'm going to bring back that other image after, but I just want to bring in this one first. First of all, here is one of them. The 168 hours. The rings. The ring begins at 8, perhaps the 8-bit, right? With a 1 qubit in the center. So we have a 1 qubit in the center. But the thing of the 1 qubit in the center is there's nothing in the center. That's the thing. There's nothing in the center. And those, I don't believe they're train tracks anymore in Monopoly. That center area space is where you jump in there. When you remove that, that becomes a terrestrial field. That's the game of Monopoly. That's where the trains are. That's number 7. On a singular 1 qubit area space, that is number 7. When you run the 2 qubit area space, when you start at Go, you become number 6. Why? This area over here in purple is 2 by 2. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you count, if it's 2 by 2, you just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this would be 6. But when you count the number of cubes from here all the way to here, there's 2, then 4, then 1. This is this 2, 4, and 1 over here. Or 1, 6, and 2. The 1, the 6 total, and the 2 over here. It's a backward saying lesser words, and this is going to represent this cube here. Why? You turn it this way or this way, even if you use all the spaces, there's always going to be 2 empty. The 1 is filled. If it's empty on this side, it's filled on the other side. So the other thing about this is the sequence of this, and is what is 8, what is 16, what is 24, what is 32, what is 40, and what is 48.
So what happens on the Monopoly board is the rings. This ring is 8. This ring is 16. This ring over here is 24, 32, 40. When you reach here, it's 40. When you reach the property line, it's 40 and 48. Total is 88, like the 88 constellations. When you run from here to here, 1 string, 22, 2 strings, 22, 3 strings, 22, 4 strings, 22, 88, 0, 22, call me. You know what I'm saying? That was what the party line was during the election. We were also talking about the, we were trying to reach 730, I think. Is that what the number was? What was that number? 738. Yes, 738. 261, right. I was going to add up 1 to 261. So the thing about 261 is funny, because in French, when you say 80, you'll say 80. When you say cat, where's my cat? Right? In French, the word is chat, C-H-A-T. But when a person in English sees C-H-A-T, they go chat. So when you see cat, you say chat. But it's number 4. Then I start to think about cinq, because cinq is number 5 in French, C-I-N-Q. But I didn't sink, because sink and sank, because if you can use one word, you can use the other. Then it sunk. And everybody knows it's the sunken treasure. And I leave the story the way it is. It is what it is. I can go on a lot with all of these, but it's very time consuming, every single one you do. So I just understand it as the skeleton or the fixture, and eventually somebody will complete one of these, create the game for whoever wants to pick up and work with me on this. That'd be fantastic. Creating this game will give this game itself the opportunity to have more questions, to fulfill more of the questions of the world amongst all those who are on this planet. It will answer it in the game itself, because they'll be fabricating the answer through their question, because we already have, can I say, the economics of the understanding of the equation. So the minute they would put in that question, if the computer doesn't have it, well, I'm going to have the answer somewhere. It's going to be there. We have to finish building. We don't know what's missing in this game yet. We know the actual dynamics. So to finish with this, to go around this one over here, there are 168. One of these areas, okay, that ends at 13, which gives this symbolism of the 7th one in the center, or 1 surrounded by 6 rings, in which, no, this is not darts. This is a 13 by 13. This would be more representing of the pool game, although the pool game, okay, is not 13. The pool game is 15. So one row above 13, right, is usually 15, but there's not 15 lines here. There are only 6 rings. If I go to the 7th ring, the 7th ring is the track here. So watch this, watch the rings. Here's the first ring all the way around. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th ring is here. The 7th ring is here, and the 8th ring is here. This here is the dartboard. This is the pool table. These are the corners. Each one of these will rotate. Each one of these are individual games. 7 and 13 is right here, the Aztec Sunstone. 7 is the area, also 6 and 5, each one with their own reason. Whether you count from the area space you stand, you can start with go to jail. No, you can't. You start with go. And this turns around. And this A, B, C, D, B, C, D, C, D, A, D, A, B. Or how about A, D, and B, C?
1, 4, and 2, 3, 5, and 5 after the D before the Christ. Which way do we want to go? How you doing, Tinsia? Maybe I'll find some time to drink this 5-hour coffee. I've got the best coffee in the house. My son's the best storyteller. My son's the best storyteller. No one knew he lost a finger, and he went on a pirate hunt, and he had to tell a pirate story. Then he stuck his hand over the fire, and he told him that his mother just like removed it. Anyways. Yes, so what it is in this board, here is the train. 6, 16, 26, 36. 6, 16, 7, 26, 8, 36, 9. 6, 1 and 5, 6, 2 and 4, 6, 3 and 3, 6. 2, 2, 2, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. Can we create any other sixes? Yes, we could. 3 times 2 is 6, 3 times 5 is 15, 1 and 5 is 6, 3 by 8 is 24, 2 and 4 is 6. 7 times 6 is 42. 6 times 4 is 24. So now I know this assembles. When I can't find something, right, and that I'm looking for, I'll make anything up with numbers to find the mathematics that reach there. And then I'll see what it's doing. Like 7 and 6 is going to be an air sign with an earth sign. It creates 13 and 42. 4 and 2 is 6. 4 plus 2 is 6. 4 times 2 is 8. So right away I know it divides the 7th area. It's only 1 digit away from 7. It means 7 goes over to 8 the same way 7 goes over to 6. The same thing. If you're spinning an airplane propeller, you're in the same place. I just explained the dynamics of the relationships between dots and dashes and lines and games and stories that have happened yesterday. And everything has already been fact-checked. If you want to talk about Einstein or the Big Bang or Darwin or Orson Welles, it doesn't really matter. TV shows, as long as it's been fact-checked and it's something that is a factual reality, not a minor amateur thing. And if it is an amateur thing, one of the amateur things is, I think in one of the games you get 4 or 5 or 6 balls thrown to you, or if you hit a ball and it goes a foul, you're automatically out. You always have to put everything in play. And for myself, I look at computers, how they're built, and I know very little. So if I'm going to put anything together, I'm going to look for all the experts in the field. I just look for the experts and just piece together what they did. I looked at what Dolores Cannon did. Not all that she has done, very little of all that she has done, but I understood the concept. I found it really bizarre how it works, that others can find things without the mathematics, right? And just use their logic and think that others will believe just the logic of one's word. For me, I can see how one's word works, and I've already done the math on many of the words. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heard the word. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heard it. If I hear something and I think there's a dynamic to it, I'm going to build something from it. The word Great Britain, G-R-E-A-T, the Great Bear. So the word great itself, starting with G, is an intermediate. It's like, it's right here. That would be where G is. It would be also where T is over here. G and T. In fact, this here, okay, sorry, let's stay with the G-R. So the R letter is the 18th, the G is the 7th. Even though the R letter as the 18th is 3 times 6, there is no real mathematics to create 7 unless you go 5. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 is 3 and 4, 7, and those are the dynamics of the bridge, 3 and 4. Earth and Mars, 3 times 4, 3 plus 4 equals to 12 and 7. The 12th letter is L. 6 and 6, the soul, coming together right here in duality. Between the 6th area, between the 7th area here and the 7th area here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 connect, 6, 6 connect, 7, 6 connect over here. By this 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we can do this way, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Which way do you want to do it? Or do we have to start here and count all of these? So we would go 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and then 2, 1 be a total of 3, 6, 9, 12. We can look at it that way. But we're just going to look at the ring. This is the 6th ring here. But the ring starts at 5 and then 6. 5 and 6 are a ring, 11. And then you keep putting the rings, and you put a ring around here connecting all of these. But to begin with, this is the ring. The ring around the 1 area. 1 around 8, 1 and 16, 1 and 24 equals to 25. Happy Sabbath, 25 hours. 1 for the ring coming in another the ring area. And then 1 and 24, 1 and 32. 1 and 32 is 33. And now 1 and 32 equals to 33. Heart position is 16 and 17 equals to 33. What is it between 16? It is 16 and 17. 9 and 7 equals to 16. 8 and 8 equals to 16. 9 and 8 equals to 17. In games, they call it a natural. 9 and 8 is the highest 2 digits you can have. 8 encompasses 1. 9 is what is all of what is. That comes in a 3 square, which includes communication. Y, 3 to the power of 2 and 2 to the power of 3 is what creates the 8 and 9. 2 times 2 times 2 is 8. 3 times 3 is 9. 8 and 9 is 17. The fabrication of 8 is 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 is 4 and 4, 8. So there's many ways to come to this, and I do this, although you might think it means nothing, but it's my understanding of how things come together before they are what they are. So 9 and 7 is going to be what is a mutable 9 and what is a cardinal 7. 8 and 8 are going to be 2 fixed, but 8 and 8 equals to 16, 1 and 6 equals to 7. 9 and 7 equals to 16, 1 and 6 equals to 7. Now 9 and 8 equals to 17. I heard the 7 again. Yet the French tell me, don't do it that way. Say 10, 7. But if I say 10, 7 in French, I mean, it's a little weird, you know, because I would say 10 pissettes. And you know what a piscette is in French? I would say there's 10 of them. So if I got 10 of them, I got hands and legs that go along with it. So anyways, let me get back to the beginning of this. So you have 9 and 8, right? I just want to think where I am with this. Even though it's not the highest of the two of digits in 2 area spaces, 18 is, right? You can't, when do you begin doing something until you get an association of 2 area spaces? Aleph, Beit. Even though you have Beit total, they're both Alephs in their individuality, coming together again in their duality to create a numeric that's above 10. To create something below 10, it's the A, B, C, D equals to 10. So we get A, B, C equals to 6. F, 10, J, we get A, B, D equals to what is 7G. We get A, C, D equals to 8F, and we get B, C, D equals to 9I. A, B, C, D is your 10. This is going to split the 5. These will all be the truth of their own. This will be a 7. This one will over here be an 8, and this will be a 9. This will split the 5. Now listen to this again. Even when I have a singular number of 9, is it a 1 and 8? Whoopee. Let's not do that yet.
before I get to that, these numbers here. Every time I turn the calculator, right? I won't turn the calculator. You turn the design with this. Hold on, let me put the book down. I'm looking upside down, so. Et comment ça va, Zeus? Oui, SD Québec a besoin Amara. So when we look at this here, right, this design, when you see this book this way, doesn't that look like a 10 and 1? Like, isn't that an 11? And isn't that a 9, right? When I use it this way, right, I plug up 7, 2, and 8, 1. Then I put the belt on at 5, 4, 9, 9, 9. And then on this side, in the mutable house, okay, in the mutable house, this is wrong. It's supposed to be the bottom one. So it's supposed to be like this, right? And what you do is it's either this one and this one, it's this one and this one, or it becomes this. So when it becomes this becomes the body. In this situation, okay, if we stand it this way, the other way, it becomes, and I'm going to leave it this way, it becomes what is 9, 11 in this formation. This is where D comes in 500, right? And 500 is only half because we have M1000, and then we bring the I's together. And if you notice, one stays on one side, one stays on the other, and it's still split within its own house. See the way this block is always going to be open, this diamond shape, it goes both ways. This creates your heart. It's 3 of 4. If I just did this again this way, and there's a few ways to do it, right? When you're in school, you just do that to it. And then, you know, and if you want, we can just say, I have a spade, no heart. We have the dark, which is going to be number 29 versus yellow, 92. They could be mentioning gold, which is 38, or 11, 11, 11, right? But 9 has to have a conversion, so 9 is going to move into 5. Now, why would 9 move into 5? And there's a few other things. Where am I with this? Four and 1, 5 and 8 equals to 5 equals to 13. 3 and 2, 6 and 7 equals to 5 equals to 13. 9 and 5 equals to 14. 1 and 4 equals to 5. So now we have the same 1 and 4 over here, but we use the 9 in the subjective. If I had to convert it, okay, it would end up to be 0, 9. So when we have 1, 4 in the cube, we have 6, 3. So when you have 6 and 3, you convert the missing to what is 3 and 6. Why do I do that? We need a 9 here and a 9 here equals to what is 18 here. MER, like in matter and energy, right? Equal to what is R. I don't know what R is, but those who do can create that. And this is what's going to give me my 180. But this is not, on this, it's a one surface 180. If I went to 190, I'm going to be inside of here. There's a few things to think about is that I'm going to make a few straight lines. Right, I'm going to get back to the picture in a minute, right? But if I made these straight lines
like this, let's say. Hold on. I don't really like to do it like this. Call this 11 o'clock and call this 1. Call this 10 o'clock, call this 2. Call this, in fact, all this has to run to call this 9 o'clock, call this 3. Okay, call this 10 and 2. Call this one over here 1 and 11. I haven't tilted it yet. The tilt comes in at 13. When the tilt comes in at 13, it's going to be all right. So should I just draw that up there? Can I do that? Where is this? Yes, so oh, I should have, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do it here. See, the thing is, right? The thing is that when I run here, right, and here is going to be 30 degrees, and that's the equator line. So if I run all the way to 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock over here, here is 12 o'clock. But when you open up this line, it becomes 12 and 1, 13, or what is 0, 7, 6, 9, 2, 3, and 9, 2, 3, 0, 7, 6, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. So now we're going to get hours and times on the other side, but you can't always calculate everything. So you calculate your base to understand that on the other side, even though it's an unknown number, well, I know the number, right? But you have to create the mathematics to work with that number because it didn't exist. It only came into fruition because of this. Let me do this again. I don't like that. Zero, 7, 6, 9, 2, 3. 9, 2, 3, 0, 7, 6. Now, if we did the next one, right, it'd be 1, 5, 3, 8, 4, 6. 8, 4, 6, 1, 5, 3. Now, if we did the next one, it'd be 2, 3, 0, 7, 6, 9. And if we did the next one, it'd be 7, 6, 9, 2, 3, 0. So this one is 1, and this one is 12. And then this one here, okay, is going to be 2, and this one's going to be 11. So we got Pisces and Aquarius coming in right at the top. Look at that, right? And now we have the ox. You see, number 1 cannot come in until we reach, okay, hold on a second, let me see. Now, oh yes, and this one, okay, so we're going to do until we reach here, 3 and 10. This is the first breath association between an earth sign and an air sign that Gemini and Capricorn come together in the understanding of the association of what is the 90 degree, right? A, B, C, D equals to J, 10. The average is 2.5. And we're going to run a 2-letter thing of what is A and D, and B and C equals to 5 and equals to 5. Yes, there are other realities going on. We also have what is A, right? When we have A on the top, we will have B, C, D. Then we will have B, and we will have A, C, D. And then we'll have C, and we will have A, B, D. And then we'll have D, and we'll have A, B, C. So the first one will be 1 with 2 and 3 and 4. I'm not really sure if I should just do it that way. And then what we'll have is 2 with 1 and 3 and 4. And then we'll have 3 with 1 and 2 and 4. And then we'll have what is 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. I should really put that in a different color because it looks like a number. Right? So here what you're going to have is you're going to have 9 and 1. Here you're going to have 8 and 2. Here you're going to have 7 and 3. Here you're going to have 6 and 4. So here you have French fries, fire and fire. Here you have earth and water. Here you have air and air, right? And here you have earth and water. Look at that, east, west, right? Look at that. Now we're going to say, well, what happened to Pisces and everything? Well, we need the association of 1 and 2 to come into the accomplishment of 3. Your 10 is going to break down and work and filter through the rest of the numbers. But still, you're going to say, where is 4 and 5? Here is 4. So where is 5? 5 can be the association of 1 and 4 and 2 and 3. 5 in all its own is that duality. 9 and 5 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. When you take up the letter Yod, it is the 10th letter. It becomes what is EE or 5-5 or hey. What is this over here? When you're counting down from a number and using 9, right? If I start at 30, I have to do another mathematical equation. But if I'm only counting down from 12, that's pretty simple. Why? 12 is 2 digits. There's 9 and 9 in each house. If I count down from 12 all the way to 1 or up, right? And I want to use the number 6, I will say 6 and 6 is 12. Okay? 6 and 6 is 12, and 6 minus 5 is 1. So if I want to run to the same number, I shouldn't have done it that way. That's not the way to do it. Let me do it another way. If I want to run to the same number, right? If I want to run to the number, let's say 7. Let me see if I can do that. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to think. Plus 6 minus 6. Yes, 6 and 6. So 1 plus 6 equals 7. And 12 minus 6 equals 7. But 7 and 6 equals to 13. Can you figure that one out? 7 and 6 is 13. But 1 and 6 is 7. 7 minus 6 is 1. Isn't that weird? 7 minus 6 is 1. 1 minus 6 is 7. 7 plus 6 is 13. But 12 minus 6 is 6. But it's not really 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. And the number itself. So I didn't finish showing why the 13 yet. Just give me a second to breathe. I'm going to continue on to explain the 13. The Monopoly board with the 7th area of the 7 days is that. The Aztec and there. The 305 days, because you fill up the empty space in the donut hole, the circuitry has to run 5.47 times the most. Well, it's actually, they run at 5.25. They're not counting, what are they not counting? They're not counting the clock itself. 0.22, the board clock. Seems like the whole board moves, like the sky moves, everything moves. But nothing really moves. It moves as in a way as, how can I say this? It's just just like you playing the VR, more or less, you just become that element, just like without the person with the joystick, or you've already programmed your game before you signed up to come here. This area is number 21. Every single corner opposite the corner can always be 21. The 1 cubic exists inside the 3 cubic. I'm going to finish off with that piece here. Just give me a minute. I'm going to take a look for questions. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, look for questions, but I want to finish this over here. So what it is this is 11 o'clock. This here is 10 o'clock. This here is 9 o'clock. This here is 8 o'clock. This here is 7 o'clock. This here is 6 o'clock. Here is 5 o'clock, 4, 3, 2, 1. When I run down here, I run down levels by 30 degrees. I would say maybe these blocks are levels of 10. Why do I say levels of 10? 1, 9, 7, 3, 6, 4 levels of 10, or because 4, 6, 2, 8 shows me the cross is levels of 10. Where this, right, when 1 and 7 were together, there was a 6, right? This is a 6 between 8. This is a 6 between 12. 2 times 6, 2 plus 6. It fit perfectly into the cross. 7 by 9, 63. 7 and 9, 16 by 16, 256, 5, 12. So it stops at the 6. The 7 in French, they say 10, 7. When I mentioned before that I did G7, the center of the board, how can I explain this? The 7 is actually 3.5. It is the who. It is the you of the who, and it is the who are you, the angel. 39 is the angel in the outfield, the lower house of 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why I'm saying this has all got to go together so you understand where the numbers come from, the wording come from. Area, space, occupation, and unoccupied. I'm giving it numbers right now. We can switch it. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. 6, 7, 8, 9 equals to 30. It's 3 to 1 the difference, just like the 13 or 1/3. 13 is a bar mitzvah. I can use the same numbers for a saying 1/3 or 33%. What is 33%? Is it less or whole? It can't be anything without. It is absolutely whole because it comes into fruitation, and that is the element that amalgamates with what is the missing piece of its wholesomeness. 3 times any number is 3, 6, and 9. 6 times any number is 3, 6, and 9. And 9 times any number is all 9 added to a single digit. 9 by 9 is 81. 81 and 18. It is the letter R. It is the letter H. It is the letter I. And you can go out to say the letter H. Why? It is 10 and 8. Whoop. We have to go to the letter J. 8 is going to be the H. 1 and 8 is 9. It can be the I. When you take the I with the 10, it becomes the S, which is the block in between the upper 180 and the lower 180. But is it this block, or are we going to have one more level here? And the separation becomes right over here. And then instead of being the 30, it becomes the 10, the 10, and the 10 in the 30. This becomes an additional 10 to each side. This block has an 8 or 80 in the core, 90 above and 90 below. That's the way this block works. That's Rubik's Cube here. If any of the proof, any of the questions, I will show you. I work in the dynamics of what is anybody under 18 will usually be able to not be indoctrinated by the alternative of what math is all about. Although it still continues on until the relativity of the rest of the math. This is the base. Okay. So when you run from 1 o'clock to 11 o'clock or 12 to 1, in layman, it is going to be what is 60 degrees. When I run the clock to this side, it'll be another 60 degrees. When I run when I run to 10 o'clock, and then when I run to 2 o'clock, 60 degrees. What is on the other side of this? So hold on a second. Just let me do something. I'm going to get back to the 13. I want to redo this. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to take a look at what's been going on here. I have not looked at who's here in like 10 minutes, so I'm just going to take a quick peeky for everything. Oh, yeah, I got my favorite cup. Not sure if you're still here, Joshy. So what you have, I was just looking at a word, neo, right? I'm going to put on neon, right? See, this situation will be a 4 by 27. Now, if I realign my alphabet, of course, right, this will not be a 4 by 27, right? What happens when you realign your alphabet 1 through 36 equals through 37, so it'll be a 4 by 37 equals to what is 148 equals to what is 111, 148, 37, 74. So then we would have what is 181 and 181. So the compromise of 137 or 237 or 337 or 437, right? Which is going to give you the compromise of 674 GOD. Is that right? And then the 137 this way will create 565 equals to 16, 656 equals to 17, 17 and 16 equals to 33, 165 in order, 156 equals 12 by 13, 156, feminine God, bar mitzvah, control 13, 12, controlling the energy space. So this here, what happens, I'm just going to go back to this word. I just want to keep reading. What I did here is anytime you see a 1 or a 2 together, or just a 1, right? This is going to be at the heart. It needs to expand. It needs to grow. It needs to be on the outside. Now we got this. Now we need to put them together, all of it. Now we put it together with the bridge, right? 1 letter, 2 letter, 3 letter, 4 letters, does the same thing. The only time something fits the donut hole is when this is apparent. It runs the bridge over here. It comes together over here and associates the 3 through 5, 3 and 5. So you have 3 times 1 equals to 3. And I don't want to do this slow, but times 10 in its full cycle equals to 30. But it has a partial cycle of 12 and 21 equals to 33. Do you know why? Because it matches 3. Only 1 times 6 equals to 6 times 10 equals to 60. Now you have what is 1/3, and you have what is 2/3 of what is your 90 degree. Now, if it's angle or if it's temperature, right? If it's temperature, we're going to talk between 95 and between 85. There's always going to be some sort of encompassment. A fine line is just showing you between this side and that side, here, 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 here. It's just, where are you? What are we doing? Okay, so the other part about this is we saw the 33 here, right? So now we're going to do this. I just want to do this. 16 divided by 33 equals to 484848, right? And this is going to be 515151. So this is 16 divided by 33 and 17 divided by 33. Oh, I don't have to do the rest as long as it's all nines, right? Because look, 17 divided by 33, right? I mean, if I want to do 13 divided by 33, right? So 13 divided by 33 equals to the angels, 39, 39, 39. I'm not going to do them all, right? But if I wanted to do 20, like the Aztec divided by 33, you know what's going to equal to? 60, 60, 60, right? So 20 divided by 33. So what else? What else we can do? What other number would be missing? Yes, we're going to do the 19, right? The 19 divided by 33. This is when the snow comes in, 19 and 14, the letters S and N. And anything to do with 9 is going to be that singularity block. That's why I say the 1 and 2, bringing the singularity block, understanding whether it's the 2 cubic or the 3 cubic. The 1 cubic is in between. It's either where you jump in, okay, or it's what controls the area space. One of the two. I'm working with both because you jump into that area space that's being controlled, or you're controlling that area space. So we're going to go the 14 and 19. So this is 19 divided by 33. Oh my God, it's electric. Man, female, we connect the two sides. That is going to be, wow, 0.575757. 14 divided is going to equal to a 0.424242. And this is where 6 and 8 and time comes in, right? 35 and 12, time of the beast. 47, this equals to 41. And 47 equals to the 88 minus 41 equals to 6, 88 and 6. So I would be dividing that by 3. The 91 is missing, right? The 3 pedals on the piano. 14 crosses over into the soul only when the birth comes into the house. This also goes to 29 and 24. And this is 29, 39, 49, 649, right? Do you understand how this whole thing works? Upon the breath you take. I'm turning this, I have to still answer these questions. I'm going to turn this around for a 2-minute breather. I'm talking fast. There's so much to say, you know, but no one said anything yet but me. Holy Jiminy crickets. So 1 and 32, 2 and 30. So 1 and 32, hold on a second. 1 and 32. Just let me take a look at something. Now this is what's happening now. Okay, this is incomplete. Okay, so I wasn't going to do this one. Hold on, I don't like this one either. It's too big. I don't know if I redid it. Okay, I don't know. I never really took a good look at it, and I didn't like the way they did it because for me this doesn't work out. So I'm gonna have to look at it. But you can see the way the numbers wind around on this. That if it was set up this way, if it was set up this way, right? I have one side here. I'd go 1, 2, 3. How many are around here? It's 8. So I'd have to start 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Let me see if it works out. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2. I don't know what would, sorry, I don't have that answer to my own question as of yet. And now, okay, give me this. I don't like where I put it either. So inside of here, I want to see what they did. So the heart of 360, right? Oh, but by the way, I just want to say something that we did something on Mars before, and it's number 51. But when you realign the alphabet, Mars becomes 71. The reverse of Mars is 57. The reverse of Mars becomes 77. Just to let you know, for those who know the numbers. So yes, here's what it's showing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Stop. That's it. The mingling block here. 28, 29, 30, 31, all the way through 36. You come to 37, you start back. And you keep going around and around. So if they're scaling it the same way, I understand. I'd still have to study this. Let me see what it does. I'm going to turn it around and take my fingers away and my face. 3 and 4 bridge, 1 and 6 crossover, 2 and 5. There's also something in here that's not here. The 1 and the 6 are the words themselves reflect the 2 and the 5 and the 3 and the 4 by virtue of the spelling. So in Rabbit, if you would take away the 18, and I'd like to say maybe our departure point, but there's departure points. Remember, if you have an equation with a leftover, is maybe because you departed at the wrong place, right? If you're making an equation, are you talking about alpha, beta, gamma, delta? If you start at delta, epsilon is 5. Which level did you start at? Add that number onto the end of your equation. Or if you understand that, 9, 8, 7, okay, are what is a duality or even more than what it is as the association. And you will know that even 1 is more than what it is by virtue of the association, but 6 can be found in 6 different areas of the block space. Occupation of area space, Abraham's house, communication. The 11th sign, what is 7 is 8, what is 8 is 9, what is 9 is 10. Do you count the area space you stand on, or do you count from where you go? Good, I need some help. You're the one. You're the one that can help me. I don't have a phone. So are you still here? Who's here? It says we're 3 here, yet we're no here. But I know there's 1 here that this is the one you know that, eh? It shows me. Oh, wow. They just what's it called? They just flagged me for what's it called? Content. Wow. So if you notice, the 1 over to 7 is 6, right? Over to 13, then over to 19. Now what you have is 31 minus 6 is 25, minus 6 is 19. 18 minus 6 is 12, minus 6 is 6, then you have 0. You end up with the 0 point. You see how 18 and 19 come together? They come together at 37. That is the heart of 360. This is why I said Mars is now number 71. And the reverse of Mars Hines is now 77. It is no longer a reverse alphabet 27. It is now a reverse alphabet of 37 reverse. Now we have more to this. 37 is incomplete. We must run to the minimum of 42 plus if we're pending. Oh, yes, we must run a minimum of what is not 42, sorry. 41 land 1 and 41 land on Mediterranean, Mediterranean, E-A-N, the middle of earth waters, the middle of earth divided soul waters. So where do I get this? The N crosses over to the other side. I don't know why they I don't know what you want to call it. Wow, that's easy. I just hit the screen and I get to do things now. I didn't even know that. Wow. It says expand. I don't know how much I can expand. Oh, what's the fun kit? Oh, a board? Let me see what this is. Create. Enter a title. You know, they didn't approve whatever it was. They didn't approve whatever it is. I have no idea what TikTok is doing. I do not know what TikTok is doing. Right? AI, you have to, I don't know if you're listening to me now. I got ChatGPT to create this. I think I'm going to have to put that AI is now on my thing. Let me see. You know what I think we should do? We should take a couple of minute break. I've been here for like a couple of hours, right? And I'm going to put something in the background. And maybe I should go out. No, it's not time. I got another half an hour here, at least, minimum. At 12:51, they gave me this. Okay. Let me go back and see if we could. Let me see what we can do here. Okay, I'm going to take this off in a minute before they flag me for this again. So you can see, I'm just trying to see what the 628 and what is the 5. Let me get my face out of here. Okay, so yes, I see it now. Yes, so we have the 628538. So where is the 516? Where's that 516? I don't see it. How come? Is it because the 5 is the center? Just trying to think the way they would put this together. If I reduce everything, the 32, oh, there's the 5. Okay. Okay. I got it. Okay. I see it. I see it. Do you see? Okay, it's right here. So you have the 6, 2, right? Which is 8. And then you have the 3, 5, which is 8. Top row, bottom row. Now, what you have here crossing is 5, 1, 6, which crosses through the left side, right? Now, the 4, 2 crosses through the right side. Now, the 4 travels further than the 5, does it? Or 1 is higher. So they travel the same thing. It's their contortion. So you can see the 2 triangulates inside. And then it creates that diamond-like shape here, right? We have to connect. When you connect it, connect. Do you connect 1? Yes. You need 1 and 5. You need 4 and 2. The 1, 5. So when you do this, you're doing the same thing here. See the 1, 5 on the left, the 6, 2 on the right, the 5, 3, and then 6, 2, 5, 3, 4, 2, 5, 1. Now look at it in the background, the same thing. So maybe I can put that picture up. Yes, so yeah, I wanted to implicate it with that, so now you can understand that a little bit more. So when the 2, 6 comes in, right? Now, would you think that we would have to move this around? That the calculator might be in the right position, and it is. It contorts it back to where we can figure it out. So L, 5 and 12, yeah, we can do that. We can run that. So the other thing, I just want to see how I can switch my screen around. Okay, you're gonna do it. No, not that way. So I still didn't finish. I didn't finish explaining this. So what it is from 12 to the left and 12 to the right, it's about 60 degrees from 30 degrees from each number. 30 degrees, 60, 90. When you get to 3 and 9, the area space, the incumbent cushion over here is 30 from what is 10 o'clock. 10 is 60 from 12. That's the angle of the Rolex watch. Now, or sorry, that is the separation of the Rolex watch. I don't want to say the angle. The pin is in the center. That's a pin of 90 degrees. I want to use a pin that runs below the area space. Okay, hold on a second. I want to come in my area space over here at 8 o'clock in my area space. And just like the Pokemon also, not only just like the Pokemon is a ball area takes here and here. When you put an eye in an area space, it takes up here and down here. That tongue is where? Stuck to where? Part of what? It's not stuck to the top, it's stuck to the bottom. If I remove this, doesn't the whole tongue come with it? Anyways, don't want to just put that in there. But the area space we run is between 9 and 8. So it would be, how much time do we give? 7.5 minutes. Why 7.5 minutes? That makes 15. So if I run 7.5 times 2 equals to 15 times 4 equals to 60. Now I need to run a minimum of 2 hours, right, at a time. Why? 1 hour is 30, 2 hours is 60. 1 hour at 30, right? 1 hour of 30 degrees. When you have 24 hours of 30 degrees, you have just give me a second. 1 hour of 30 degrees. No, it's not 1 hour. It's not 1 hour. Hold on a second. It's 2 hours of 30 degrees, but 2 hours, no, hold on a second. 2 hours of 60 degrees. 1 hour of 30 degrees. Times 2 equals to 1440, and that's a day. That goes around twice on the clock. There are 12 times 5 equals to the 60. I'm working on like 3 equations at the same time, so just give me a minute to just come back and read it back to you. See, what I was doing is chopping the clock, right? I'm going to just show you the chop. Six, 18, 30, 42, 54, 66, 78, 90, 102, 114, 126, 138. I think if I started at 5, I'd be at 137 running the zodiac, right? 512, the consciousness, right? Other than 6 and 12, which is in the moon. Why do I say that? Because the 5 will run 1 through 5, although the 5 will run 2 through 6, right? I will not have a 6 with the 1 other than the 1-6 reverse polarity on this cube. But when I put it down here, I can run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I'll run 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the highest and lowest using the amount of 5 digits. And then we play everything in between to understand the rest that is going on. So in this equation over here, I'm just working on something for myself. I don't want to go too fast. So I thought I was working in time. I wasn't. So the question is, I think we can throw this background the way we already can see the way the eights come together. So what that is all the eights surround 7 on a cube. All the opposites are 7. Right? If there's any questions, I'll take the questions. But all the opposites, sorry, all these splits of the cubes are 7 or split at 3.5. When I shift the alphabet, this is where it moves into. Now I see 37 as a reconnect, and that's your full reconnect 1 through 36, which is 3 times, right? Which is 3 times 12. So 3 times 12 equals 36 plus 1. And then it becomes 36 plus 2. Whoopee. Oh, no. I did it. Just give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, I ruined 2 of them because I didn't put them in their right spot. You know, I ruined 2 of them. I'm not content about that. Very not content. I think this one is finished. Right? They don't last very long. Takes me out of my thinking pattern. So I'm gonna have to go get more to go out. Let me see, that's done. So let me throw that out. Let me see. Oh, okay. I'll just erase it with this. I still have this. Okay, and I also want to put a little music in the background because this is pretty slow. I'm going to be making myself another coffee. I'm going to switch the picture around. I'm going to see where I have to hit to do this. See if I can switch the picture from here. Okay, so we're going to switch the background. Do we put up this one? No. 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 See, we just did the 72, right? Now, the thing about the 72 and the 64 is there's 8 missing. Now, why is there 8 missing? Is it because there's another row missing? The 72, just give me a second, the 32, yes, the 32 and the 40 comes together in the 3 cubic. The 72, 36, 18, 9, 72 is a 9 double up. 9, 18, 36, 72, right? We have to, I mean, I have to understand 9 and 18 and 36 and 72. I can go 9 and 18 and 36 and 72, 144 and 288 and 576 and 1152. Or I'm going to go 9 and 18 and 36 and 72 and 144 and 288. What was that difference? If you put 2 in a line, if you put 4 in a line, if you put 3 in a line. Here, doubling them up on this, doubling them up, doubling them up. 54, 81. The sun and Venus come together. When this comes in, it's because the block is broken up into 2 sections, 1/3 and 2/3, 27. Does 16, right? Does 72 have a third and a 2/3 to it? So what would a 1/3? You just break it up into 3. 24, 24, 24. So at the breakup would be what is 24 and 48 equals to 72. So you can understand it's 1/3 and it's 2/3. And that's the highest you can get on the cross, 2, 4, 6, and 8. 2, 4, 6, 8 is on the cross, also plays to the exterior. It takes over the exterior. So what happens in this is when you get to the equator on the clock, it's 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock. You're at 90 degrees right at the bottom here. When you get to 8 and 4, 2 water signs from 12 o'clock and create a triangle, you're at 120 degrees or 30 degrees below. If I'm looking in time, it's a little bit different as I go around the clock, but I'm showing you as you lower to the every 5 minutes, right? So if I'm lowering, how many 5 minutes are there? There's 5 minutes and then 5 minutes. So it's 5 minutes to the left and 5 minutes to the right. And then it becomes the 10 minutes on the left and the 10 minutes on the right. Then it becomes the 15 minutes on the left and the 15 minutes on the right, and we're done. So we started off with what is E and E. We went over to J and J, and we went over to 15 as O and O. And then we went, okay, to 20 minutes before and 20 minutes after, and then we ended up with T and T. And then we go to 25 and 25 minutes after, right? And then we end up with Y and Y. And now we stop because there's no more split on the clock. 5, 10, 15, 20. I didn't say 12 o'clock, right? That's the departure of the 5 minutes. And I don't say 6 o'clock because it's the last 5 minutes that run into 6 o'clock. After the 25th minute, it runs into 6 o'clock. So how do we look at the numbers with 26, 27, 28? What do you mean 26? Yes, 26 and 27 and 28 and 29. They equate to your 55s. 27, 28, 26, 29, blackjack, sky pass. Each one of these will tell something. This one will be reduced. 2.5, 2.5. This is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all it breaks down to. 1 and 4, 2 and 3. So the Asian astrology works up to 5. This astrology works up to 4. The 5, 4 come together on the dot in the voided area space of this cube. So what happens is this would be a 4 area space 2 by 2. And when you're running around, first it'll be these 4, then it'll be these 4, then it'll be these 4, and then it'll be these 4. Then you go to the lower deck and you do the same thing. When you remove these 3 in the middle and these 3 here, you have a 64 one, you have a 256. But because this one runs the interference or transition or transmission, you now have what is a 512 and 64. Isn't that 576? So if this was the Teredio field, I would take this and I'd throw it in the garbage. And you know what I would replace it with? I think I'd replace it with, I think I'd replace it with this. And the one below it, this one here, that would go down into me. And I would wear this as a hat. I would either jump into the center, or you'd either turn it this way or this way. Either I jump into the center here, and this would be the 64-bit on 3 different levels. Just like this 512 is 512, 512, 512. But it's not. The top row, okay, it depends whether or not, if you want to look at direct at Rubik's Cube, the top row would be 576. Just let me write this down. 540 and 36, right? 540 and 36, 5760, which is 4 times 1440, year 2000. So it would be 576 times 2. It'd be 1152. And then the one in the center would be 512. And it would make 1664. I think there's a drink that they make with this number. This is what it would make. This is your 16 times 4 equals to 64. This is 1 part, and this is 4 parts of what is 80. So it's 1/4. This is 1/4, and this is 3/4. 16 and 64. But it reduces down to 7 and 1. 1 and 6 is 7. And hold on a second. Whoa, boy, slow down. Yes. 6 and 4 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 1 and 6 is 7. AG, silver cord. 75%, 25%. 7 and 3, 6 and 4. Right? So they're connecting the 6 and 6 zodiac. 9 and 6 come together. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3. To complete it at 10 and bring it back to its cycle, add 9. To understand the area space is going to be Scorpio with Aries, 1 and 8. When that comes together, 1 and 8 with Scorpio, when Scorpio comes with Aries, when Scorpio comes with Sagittarius, when Scorpio comes with Libra, it's automatically a Capricorn. That's the way the numbers work. But you also have to not forget of what it is in its entirety. 1 in its entirety is the association of all that assembles with it. Is that the music? So you have hold on a second. So you have 576, you have 512, you have 576. I think it's 1604. I might have made a mistake. Let me check it again. Okay, yes, 576. Okay, so it's 1604. So I don't have to work with the other number. And then this is only 3 of them, right? This is 3 levels, but I have 6 levels. I'm going to do it times 3. 48, 12. That's also good. Times 3, 48, 12. 12 is what is 1/4, and 48 is what is 3/4 of what is 60. Okay, 60 seconds on the clock. Okay. The 576, 512, 576. Did I do that twice? Yes, I have to do it twice. I have to. No, that's a mistake. It is 1664. If it was 1604, it would be this equation here. So if I had 512, 576, 512, I'd have 0, 9, I'd have 1590. Okay, it's 1664. Okay, 1664. Let me write this out. $16.64. the 16, okay, this is going to be base 80 when I add them together, right? There's a lot of ways to do this. We can just go 10, 11. We can just go, say, 17, right? This can also be looked at alpha, delta, and 6 and 6 comes together to join at the bridge at the 7th gate. But what we're going to do is this over here. Just give me a second to think. 16, 64. Oh, yes, and that also creates 7 and 1, 8. Okay, so 16 is 1/4, and 64 is 3/4, and the total is 80. Whoop, I have to redo this again. They blocked me out. So let me write, okay, 64 and 16. So 16 times x. So I have to, just give me a second again. It doesn't really work out to the number I was speaking of. I think I made a slight error. This is something else. This is 7 and 1. That's fine. This is 1/4 of this, which leaves over 3/4, which also counts for 75%, which leaves over 25. But to make each one of these numbers whole, I put an 8 with a 2, a 5 with a 5, a 3 with a 7. A 7 with a 3, a 6 with a 4, and 9 with a 6. So I'm just throwing it around right now. I'm a little bit just sore right here, sort of stuck. That's how that piece works. So I'm just trying to figure out where I'm going to put this. Even though the total is 80, I'm having trouble visioning something. This is 1/3 and that is 2/3. So the 64 doesn't go into the 80. Let me write this down. See, the 16 is what 1/4 of the 64, right? That means I need 3/4 of what that 64 is 192. So I need that 192. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. And I know it's so simple. So okay, no, it has to be of something higher than it. 96. Okay, 96 and 16, no. Oh my God, 5 is the answer. Okay. 1/5 was the number, not 1/4. So 5 times 16 equals to 80, which is what is 64 is 4/5, which means 4 times 16 equals to the 64. I'm just trying to see if I got that right. And that 64 is, did I do that right? Is that how it works out? Oh my God. And when you add the two together, the 16 and the 64, the 1/5. Okay, now it works out. Okay, well, I'm like, okay. Now we can bring it back to this. The 1/5, 5 times 16 is 80. 4 parts of it is 64, right? That's where we get the 64 8x8 bit. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Not the 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. You're not allowed to do more than 6. You flip it. This is where your 80 or 71 silver gates come in Leo. This is where you run at 120 degrees. Equivalent. If instead of 12 here, we'll put a 9. Instead of about the 180 over here, we'll put a 3. and a 6 over here. 120 degree, 3, 6, and 9, and these are all the water signs that come to the 12th area, bringing on the soul in Pisces. 120 degrees from the 12 o'clock area, 36, bringing on Pisces, 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 or what is 333. So somebody's got tears, teardrops. What is the question? Did you read what this channel is about? Do you know what this channel is about? What's going on? Just give me a second. Yeah, okay, okay. So, sun god, avatar, promised seed, god of humanity. What is a god? God, reverse alphabet, and reverse vowel also is a wet god. God is a 3-letter word. The 7th letter, the 15th letter, and the 4th letter. We're going to drop the center letter right now and just go with 7 and 4. There are 7 months of 31 days, 4 months of 30 days. 7 by 9 is 63, 4 by 9 is 36. The male phallus is 3663. 7 times 7, 7 plus 7 is what is 49, and 14 equals to 63. VAGAVG, INA is 54, which is the sun, the feminine. The 12th year ending, the 13th year beginning, the feminine. The masculine, the 13th year ending, the 14th year beginning, the split in the Aztec zodiac of the first 13 and the second 13, or what is 130 and 130, or the totality, noted that when you bring the beginning to the end, you will connect what is 10 with 26 to 60, and that will be 270, or you will connect 36 or 360 with 1, or what is 10, and that would also be 370. I realign the alphabet. I talk about the alphabet. I talk about digits and dots and dashes, geometric shapes, and how things align, and how what story is told by this reality that is existing from now to yesterday. Well, you know what? I really can't say that to people, but I sometimes sort of say that, and people will just decide themselves. Right now, you know what I'm really looking for today? I'm looking for $23.40. It's really funny. Do you know why? Many reasons. One of them is 234 is a good vibration. 18 by 18, 324. 324, 3 times 2 times 4 is 24. 3 plus 2 plus 4 is 9 equals to 33. The 3 times 2 times 4, 24. Okay, is the same as 6 times 4. 6 plus 4 is 10. They equate to bring together what is Capricorn with Sagittarius at 19 and bring the heart on. Well, that's okay. I've been here for 3 hours, heckled for 20 years. I didn't know what I was doing, and I laughed at myself. Yesterday, I walked out and I bumped into somebody on the street, and I looked at them and I sort of forced them to say something to me by looking at them. I said, hi. They said, hi. I said, you want to know something about 13? And I didn't ask them for the answer. I just went ahead and told them. And they scuttled along. But then I talked to the dogs about 13, and they were okay with it. So 13 by 13. So can we go to 18? Can we go higher than 13? And what would happen if we went higher than 13? Well, 13 ends with the Aztec 26 or the alphabet 26. 13 is half. If we went to 39 or 37, right? We would end at 18.5, but it's an 18 and 19 is an 18.5, and that's when you realign the alphabet. You go from what is 13.5, okay, to an 18.5, because before you get to where is the halfway area space, you are going to go 13 by 13 and 18 by 18. So you'll get 169 on that level. And when you move up to 324. The separation of these two is 155, 515, or 151, equaling to 711. The exact perfect number. Is that not perfect or what? The 169, 324, 18 by 18. The 169. Now the 196 is the first rim of the next house. So you're going to run the rim at 196 over 324. And now you will end up with 128. Now you end up with 128-bit 64 running into the next house. I'm going to put on a song. I'm going to make my second coffee. I'm just about finishing this 5-hour coffee at 21 cents per coffee, 5 hours. That's 4 cents an hour. I'm almost keeping up the revenue. Almost. Every time I pour a drop of milk in here, right, at 12 cents an ounce, I have 12 cents less. It's just fun to talk about this sometimes, about how these minutes have cost me. Ben la danse. Je fais la danse de la zodiaque. Baby, oop, une mouche. Une mouche. Un instant. Oh man, I never saw a fly do that before. The flies always go up. Hold on a second. FLY, fly, 6 and 12. We're starting at Pisces. We have the fly flux capacitor. It brings on the B. The B and Y come together. Y is number 25, 2 and 5 is 7. It completes the voided area space. 2 times 12 is 24, plus the 1 area space in the center creates the 25th letter of Y, 12, 1, 12, or what is 313, cycling of alpha and gamma, and bringing inside what is bet, vet, beta. What happened to that fly? Just give me a minute. I had to do a few pull-ups. Just give me a minute. Ooh, I hope I got enough. One more coffee. Hula hoop. I think I do. I don't have to crush no beans. Good for me. Yeah. Because I do crush my own beans, you know.
I am, dropped my glasses on the floor. Let's see what we can do for some music here for a minute.
Sparrow turns in the tin whistle sky. River hums where the questions lie. Who signed the blueprint of the stars? Who wired the dark with silver spars? Somewhere of the ocean's deep, electric hands where lightning sleeps.
Oh, that is just horrible, whatever that is. That is ugly. I would not want to. I'm like, hate that song so much. It's so bad, I gotta take that is. That's not,
Raphael makes the science, the zodiac stuff.
Who sets the dusk? Who breaks the dawn?
Every day he got out of bed, woke up late with a volleyball head. His room was a mess and the goldfish was dead. There was ketchup on the ceiling and the floor was red. He looked in the mirror, gave a stare and said, I think last night I accidentally wed to a mannequin bride from aisle 3 instead. Now there's glitter in the sheets and a shoe in the bread. Fred's dead, not really, just in his head. He danced too hard and broke the bed, spilled hot sauce on his favorite thread. But he's still rocking birthday fed. Here, raise your glass for chaos, Fred. He went outside with a helmet of lead, shouted, it's my birthday, I want jam and some Zed. The neighbors all stared, but the cat just said, dude, chill out, you're off your meds. He turned around, he wasn't alone. There were clowns in suits and a doll with a phone. A cake exploded with a frosted tone. Happy birthday, Fred, now pay off that loan. Red balloons and shredded bread, a toaster on fire in the flower bed. Fred played drums with a loaf of bread because the voices told him rock instead. Fred's dead, just kidding, he's in the shed. Painting polka dots on a rubber sled, wrote a haiku to a slice of bread. And named his cactus Mr. Ed. Fred's wild, Fred's weird, Fred's birthday's here. So scream real loud and chug root beer. Let the madness spread, no rules, just dread. It's the party of the year and it's all for Fred. Let me know if you want a melody suggestion or if you want to add verses about party guests, space lizards, or an electric kazoo solo. Happy birthday to Fred, wherever he is!
so let me see over here. I'm just looking in the background. So we did this over here, and you can see this is a hypercube over here, 512 cubes. You have to multiply this, okay, on the bottom right, times 6, okay, over here. Multiply that times 6. So when you have 512 cubes times 6 equals to 3,000, let me see, is that 372? 6 times 3,072. No, hold on a second. Wow. Hold it. Oh, that one don't work. This one don't work. They all don't work now. I threw them out. I shouldn't throw them out. I should sort of figure out how to get it corrected somehow. Okay, so so in order to erase, you need sunny side up, or the big side up. And then you come over it. Okay. So what we have is 3,072. Now I'm going to need a minimum of, let's see, let me see. I have 3,072, but I need 512. I have 512 blocks. It's 3,072. 5,012 blocks. So if I read, I need to, hold on a second, 512 blocks. So I have 8, and around that is 1624. And then do I get the 48, 24, 32, 40, 48? Do I do? Hold on. I just want to see what my center is. My first connection is 4. My next connection around the 4 will be 12, then 20, and then it'll be 28, then 36, and then 44, and then it'll be 52, 60, and 68 is in the 9th position. 76 is when I start again, right? 84 and 92. You see, the thing is that in base creation for myself, let me just remove this for a second. Let me see if I got this right. 64, 5, 12, 8, 5, 12, 14, 40, 1.5 times 21, 60. Yeah, so the 1.5, what it's going to plug up to is the 1. Is the 2. 2 plus 1.5 is 3.5. And 5 minus 1.5 is 3.5. What it is really 3 and 4 are coming together, and what your distance is away from the heart of the cube. And that's 1.5. The heart of the cube is at 3.5, so everything has to lean in. Now, if you want to tilt to the left, right, you'll tilt into 3. If you want to tilt into the right, you can choose any number, really, in between that area space. It's at 0.75, you connect to the male, the female, and what is the 616 coming together at that area. Where 7 is going to be 6 to the left and 6 to the right of the singular area space, noted to be what is number 7. So someone comes here and says, I got all this from scripture, but show me the words, the numbers, and what, and tell me how it all puts together. I want to understand, because if it all comes from scripture, and I believe it does, so I'm going to agree with you, why are we having all these, this discourse or discord all over the world where no one can agree, and it's this and it's that? Why can't we have finite of understandings if the word is so perfect? Because it's all misunderstood, even though everybody has a context of it. Right? We need to understand how it formats and how to choose. Yes, programming. We stop at 16. 17 is what reduces. We reduce right away at 7. It gets reduced. Yeah, so we can bring in the 4th house, right? The 4th house starts at 4. So if you're doing an equation and you're missing 4, maybe you didn't start at the right place. Somebody mentioned it once before. I'd have to look at it. And because you mentioned it, that's what I like about these channels, is somebody mentions something, it can tell me what to do for what others are looking for. Number one, I do like that it starts with CH. One of the reasons is those are the master poles upon this. 11 and 22. What is 22? It's 2 11s. It's crossing poles. Crossing poles of this cube. You can use any cube, a 2 cubic, a 3 cubic. Those are the centers. The 1 cubic is in the side of here when you open it up. So if you begin at 0, right, this rooster over here is going to be the 11th zodiac sign. The dog will be the 12th zodiac sign, and the pig will be the 13th zodiac sign. And it's so perfect because 616 is 13, and then we become the pigs. We gobble up, we take, we do what we want. No thoughts. So when we get, I just want to see where we are with this.
I never really studied to what have as a conversation in here. D is noted to be what is 500. What is missing inside of this to complete the area space is a 4. It's going to be 5, 4, and 4, 5. That's the feminine. That's going to bring in the, let's say one has 4 elements, the other has 5 elements. The aether would come in with the 5. You see what happens? The child comes in with that aether illuminated. Otherwise, we're just talking about the zodiac in Western astrology, and then the child enters in Leo Scorpio over here. When Leo Scorpio enters, we're going to flip this over to this. 6 is like 8. But it's funny because when we're connecting 14, 6 is like 8, 7 like 7. It's everything starts at 14 to 26, unlike 1 through 13. So I created an alphabet shift to 360, which creates what is the A6 and the Z31. And that's where the alphabet is. And the Z31 will create what is the AC/DC. 11, 13, 1993. So 11 is going to be in the fixed house. The 13 is going to be in the cardinal house. We are not going to reduce the 11, but I will reduce the 3-1. So the 3-1 reduces to 4. So I'm going to create 44 and 15 equals to 59. EIEIO, energy within the breath. 1993. So I just like to say it's a 13, which is a 4 AC/DC to 1993. 93 is the lower house, the 7th inning stretch. What is 1/3 3 to what is 3 parts equals to 9. Your total is 12, but that's on the first level. We have to go up to number 37 with that. 0, 37, or 136. Why do I say this? We're starting at a point. The point 0 is the entry point, and now we begin the association. When we come around the whole way of the toroidal field, you'll come back to that 0, whether at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, or 90. When you come back to your digits as so 11, that's only a one-time thing. Why? Games tell me this. So you're 11, 22, 33, 44, etc. And what happens, I'll stop at 44. In fact, I'll stop at 33. The 44 is going to be the association of here and here. D500 Roman numerals. I like to say, like when I put certain things together, the 99 between the 1 and the 3 is showing me the feminine and masculine of the AC/DC within that year. It also shows me that in the 13, the 19, everything to do with the 19 is the birth. Everything to do with the 20 is the house, the side of the house, that side of the house, 4 parts of the house. 19, 20, 21. 21 is a reflective of what 19, and 19 is part of what 6 is. Why? When you count to 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the 1 between 6 and 6 is what the 7 is. Your 11 is what is 3, and your 13 is what is 7. It's actually the 11 and 3 brings on the air sign from the fixed and cardinal house. Let me explain it to you. Star math says multiply and add when 2 digits come together. So 11 becomes 3, 13 becomes 7, 3 and 7 are 2 air signs. Now what happens with 3 and 7 is it's 3 and 1 and 3 to create. When you're creating 3, it's 2 and 1 equals to 3, and it's 1 and 2 equals to 3. Now the 2 and 1 equals to 3 will be a 2, 1, 2 equals to 5. And the 1, 2 equals to 3 will be the 1, 2, 1 equals to 4. And now you will bring on your feminine communication through the male, the zodiac. This here, the aether comes on. 5 by 4 is 20. 5 plus 4 is 9. 18 and 11. 8 and 9. 17 and 72. 1 and 2 equals to what is 3 and 2 equals to what is 5 and 6 equals to 3 equals to 5 equals to 11. And then this is 30 and 11 equals to 41, which equals to 4 and 5 equals to 9 and 20 equals to 29. So here's how it goes. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 will create the 1 and 2 that you see here, the 1, 2, 2, 1. The 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 creates this. The 3 and 1 creates this. The continuation of this source, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The 18, the 2 times 9, 18, the 2 plus 9, 11. The 1 times 8, 1 plus 8 is 8 and 9, 17, 9 by 8, 72. Leave this on the side. This and this are complementary. But before creation, 1 and 2 assembly, 3 must come into fact. Therefore, 17 must come into fact. The 17 reduces to an 8 and a 9 again. And the 8 comes back over here to this side, back to the 3. And these are your master numbers. This one has 1 pole. This one has 2 poles. The 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, the 3 times 2, 3 plus 2 equals to what the difference is of 30% and 50%, or sorry, 30 seconds on the clock, or what is 50% of the clock, or 3 times 2, 3 plus 2 is 5 and 6, 11, 5 times 6, 30, and 11 is 41, 1 times 4, 1 plus 4 is 5 and 4, and now we're back to the beginning, equals to 20 and 9. It's the IT system, the French and English kings, the kings of the English and the kings of the French, the 18th card, which is the R, sorry, the 13th card. Although it's the M, they call it the king. They also have the roi, which is the 18th. Sorry, we have the 11th card, sorry, the 11th number, which is the K for king. The 18th letter for the R for king. Sorry about that. And we end up with the 29 because we get crowned in the IT system, number 29. The 29th day of February, the 92nd day of April, the 273rd day in September, 9:30. Because it's a new cycle. The minute 9 shows up, it's a brand new cycle. You're in your menstrual cycle. Humpty Dumpty didn't fall off the wall. General Electric, 162. How you doing, Jacqueline Roy? Yeah, I definitely have to go make that coffee or see if the coffee is done. Well, I can't believe it. A fly just came right into my face. I opened the door and he flew out. You know, a fly flews. Fly flew. You know, I shouldn't be talking about this, but because these are my videos and I'm 18 years later, I think I found a new way to make income with these videos. I think while I do these videos and write, I think I'm going to peel wire. Right? I'm going to peel some wire as I do these videos. So that way I can do the videos and have a job making income at the same time. Ever since they took the penny off the market, I can't make a cent. Yeah, so now I have these wires inside, right? So this weighs about a half a pound. It's $3 for the wires. I might work 8 to 10 hours, and that's okay because we're all in labor. We're all in labor. Anybody got labor pains? You know, anybody ever hear? Man comes home from work. Oh God, I got labor pains. Oh God, I think I'm gonna take a week off work. Whew. Put the Band-Aid on there, right? I'm the only guy with labor pains, but my river hasn't run red. In fact, my river runs along with everybody in the ocean. I think, in fact, I'm a Viking. I think I'm a Viking. How do I know? My mother called out, "Did you see the men?" I says, "What seamen?" My mother said, "The seamen came into town. That's the night you were conceived. The seamen came out and they built something. Apparently, they found a nest egg. There must have been a bird in the middle of the ocean when the seamen came." So the C letter is the third letter in the alphabet. The reverse of the C letter is X, which is 24. Now you have 324, which is equivalent to 18 by 18, bringing on your good vibration. The what? That is a mistake. It's the 24th letter X, 324. Is that what I said? Why did I write 18 down? You know, my favorite store is the bookstore. I mean, the empty bookstore where there's books with nothing on it, so I can write on it. So yes, so that's wow. Whew. Oh, that was actually that was the right equation. It was 18 by 18 equals 3 to 24. So I'm gonna like show you this in the background. We're gonna take this off. How do we take that background off there? Okay, hold on. Yeah. Let me do this. So 324, and this one is 6 and 8. So it becomes 3, 6, and 3, 8. These are the master numbers, and this is the house it goes through. 11 and 22. 22 is what is 11, 11. It's two poles crossing. The 11 will become a 3, and the 22 will become an 8. Multiplication, addition. The 3 by 6 will become a 27, 18, and 9, and create a crossing area space. Every area space will be 9, 9, 9. So if I stand here, it's 9. If I stand here, it's 9. If I stand here, if I go put my foot to the left and then step out of the box, 9, 9, 9, 9. 18, occupation of area space that you stand on in this area and that area. If I do not occupy a 2 by 2 area space, there are many letters that I cannot create. Letters that are created within the singularity of an area space. The O, the C, the I in between two spaces, the N, the Z, the T like the I, the S goes around. So we're going to go on the X, yes. So where were we with this? I brought this up for a reason. Yes, so let me do a different color. 324. This is 6 and 8. So it's 3, 6 and 3, 8. The, hold on a second. I wanted to see what else was in there. Yes, so the 3, 6 is going to create 27, and the 3, 8 will create 39. 35. Sorry. There's going to be 8 difference in this. So I'm trying to remember what it is. The BRO equals to 35. 3 cubic equals to 27. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 is 27. The 2 cubic is in between. This is the separation between the 7 and the 8. The 3, 6, 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, 27. 3 times 8, 3 plus 8. 24 and 11, 39. Hold on, I'm 2 equations in one. I have to take that away. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm running the wrong equation. 3, whoop, they just knocked me off. So 3 with 6 and 8. Okay, there's 2 equations going on here. One of them is like this, okay? The 6 is here and the 8 is here, but in reality, that 8 is another 6, okay? The point here is 7, right? 6, 7, 8, but it goes to 6, it becomes 6, 7, 6, right? So this equation, what is the 6, what is the 8? They're on each side of the cube. They invert to each other. So what is 5, 1? Sorry, the other side. So what is 516 is 538. What is 628 is 426. What is, hold on a second. What is 628 is 426. So that's how this works. And it shows you up the same thing over here. Down below, crisscross 4215, crisscross 6253, the same thing. The upper uncalculable differences of 7, 8, and 9, it doesn't matter if we don't understand how to calculate them. I mean, I could, and I do, but I don't. I mean, what it does is it's an equation that only can be calculated that if you start from another position that already has a value towards it. Yes, a plant, the tree of life. So the reverse alphabet of what is C and X, what is 3 and 6, becomes 6 and 3, but it becomes 621, which is now FU. How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to turn my camera. Just a second.
Oh my God, last night I worked 7 hours, okay? And I did, like, I was not very, like 7 hours, and then everything started to disappear because I was working direct with like the search engine and AI on something. And I still have some of the stuff that I detailed. I can go back and finish it because I remember it all. And there was the esoteric Kabbalah was asking a question about number 72, about the zero constant, etc. So I told him that every time you come to a zero, okay, you've come full round around the circle. Everything gets split in half to half and half because that's how everything works, right? I didn't make up the system. The triangles, the squares, the circles are all words. You know that, right? The most important thing for me is to talk about the things I know, and that's the alphabet and the words. Before we get into histories and stories, something you would know, right? I just understand that I can back up most of what everybody says in all the books one way or another to make their word valid, because words are arguments, right? But math with words are not arguments. It's indisputable. Muhammad Ali is the champion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all about a system of balances, the checks and balances, and the house is always, the books are always in order.
Oh, I'm waiting still, 9 months later. My mother made a joke with me the other day. It was the funniest joke in the world. I can't believe she's more on the ball than anything. In fact, I looked at her 2 eyes. I says, Mom, one of your balls aren't working too good. My mother looked down. I was looking in her eyes. She looked down at mine. I said, Ma, I said, that's 62 years ago. No, I said to her, Ma, you think I should get a new phone? My phone is not functioning for my work. She goes, what work? I go, the videos, the alphabet. She goes, oh, she says, oh, yeah, it's free. I go, what do you mean it's free? She says, somebody will get it for you.
Hopefully, yeah, you could probably find a free phone, no doubt.
Well, no, I'm not really looking right now. Last week I worked at I worked as at a service at a place. I gave them a week of free service, and they stole my iPad. They stole my phone, not on purpose, because there's a rule in this place. Anything down, right? It's a place that they resell everything. So whatever they see in there is all for sale. They picked up my phone, put it somewhere, don't know where it is. So now I have no phone, and it's not functioning well anymore. So I have to get another phone. The iPad, I was lucky because before anything goes on sale, they have to price it. So it goes to the main girl. I already mentioned to her it was mine at the beginning, so she gave it back to me. Then I asked her, can I buy something from here? Listen, this is a place for people with very little money. right? They go in there to buy. So I found, what do you think I found? I found building blocks, alphabet ABC with 6 sides of letters. I got very excited. I put it on the side, waited to the end of the day. I brought it to her. I said, how much do you want? She says, I won't sell it to you. I gave her 2 hours of extra free work over the 26 I promised her. And they wouldn't sell me the blocks that were on sale at $3 in the store. She says it goes with something else. Anyways, that was the end of that story.
Oh yeah, that's how.
Yeah, so anyways, my phone is there. And yeah, that's so I'm going to go get another phone. I have no choice, and I can't look at they said this one said that one said my goal is the alphabet. It's not who said the earth is flat and who said the earth is round. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter what religion is real or fake. All it matters is that everything has an algorithm, that everything has an understood story over time, right? The test of time. Every book that has ever been written that passed the test of time, what everybody thinks, we can go over it through the alphabet. Is there any number esoterically that they're looking for?
For a while it was the 67 stuff, but that was for the hoe, for the head operator.
But what did they find with 6 and 7? Do they know 616 is how it works? Do they know that the 13 is an area space? That's 7. There is no 8 and 9. 8 and 9 converge to 1 and 2. The 1 and 2 come together to create 3. The 8 and 9 come together. The 8 takes up the first position. It becomes 8 divided by 7 becomes 1.142857, and the 9 becomes 2857142 or 1.2857142, and that's what happens. They become the heart of the first of their kind, the heavens of birth.
Yeah, and see, the 6 and 7 is also for the 42 fish. I think people, because a lot of people are doing the I am for the we are one, which we are one. We are all one organism, mankind is. We all have connections, just like the trees, how they're connected below the earth with their vibrations and everything. It's the same way with humans. But yeah, they did that I am stuff, and the I am is the 23, and then I hope that they see that 32 pig right there, and then everything connects easily for people, because look at even your basketball players. MJ, wasn't he like 23 or 32? I know it was a 3 and a 2, and see, that's what I teach with the gematria. I show how everything connects and simplifies once you put everything into the numbers. I even teach like the zodiac stories, the stories of the stars. That's the stuff that I teach. And a lot of those stories, believe it or not, people have taken those stories and they've built on them today. So a lot of the movies that people watch, they're actually built on old stories. They're just a new perspective. That's why you see a lot of the programming, like in 100 years, hasn't really changed. Just because it's all using the same blueprint, basically, which is that cube and that die. And as you know, it's a part of what I was shown myself. I've had personal visits, and I have been shown so much regarding the square, and of course the stories and all that, the numbers and how they all connect. I know so much because of the download I received, which I now know, it's all in our mind, because in a way, you're the time machine. You can travel into time and teach yourself stuff that happens in the future, and then you can come back into the present and you can experience that. That's how it works when you're born. You kind of already saw your story from the beginning, then you just come into time and play it. And then that's why at the end, you have your replay or your rewind. I teach this from the perspective of an angel. As an angel and God, here on the earth in high heaven, I have accessed heaven of the mind. I'm no longer waiting for heaven, because I have built it as a construction worker, which is a part of your job while you're here. Your job is to build back better, build your tower using your blocks. It's so easy. You can use those building blocks. You can sip on that E-cup for that electric, and the lights can come on. And that's what I teach with the zodiac. I show how it's the multiverse, how it's your multipass, how you are already all that you want to be right now. You just have to become it. That's the power of man as an angel. That's what I teach, though. I don't know. I feel like you kind of have a similar perspective with the numbers, because the numbers, to me, that's what it reveals.
Well, I say it's come out for the come out rollout. And the rollout is the down constant. So I'm going to explain to you. Come on down. You're the next constant on the Price is Right. So the
Yes.
constant, the rollout, the coming on down, these are the cubes. So this whole thing with the Price is Right is not exactly what we watched, but more than what it is. What can you pick out of this with Bob Barker, BAR, Rab, right? That is the bar mitzvah, the 13th.
Oh, yeah. And all the names are a part of the program to show the program. That's why you have the logos for the log. The log is the language of the gods that anyone here can learn. It's so easy. You utilize your ABCs, you utilize your CB codes for your pig codes, and you can see it. Just like Jesus. Jesus is also Jesus. Jesus, his name carries the Queen of Heaven. Mary Sue. Okay, and Mary Sue is also Mary Poppins. These are stories of the queen. She's right there in Virgo. That's her image, and she plays on the wheel, the captain's wheel, which is the father's house of many mansions. She plays a role there too.
So you
And
have
it's.
Sue. Yeah, sorry. So,
Oh, go
so yeah,
ahead.
continue. No, I interrupted you. Okay, so because you said Sue, right? So Sue, Suzanne, and Suez. So right now, what you just mentioned is exactly what's going on in the world. So go back and tell
Yes,
me more.
everyone's trying to find the queen, and you can find the queen. And see, this is the character I play as Senexina Thunt. I play the queen. I play an aspect of the queen, and it is her name. Her name is a part of the program. So, like, she is also Madonna. She is also the whore of Babylon for the White House. Or you can only see this when you understand the die. And then you need to understand there's also a construction of opposition against the house, but it's all for the house.
Yeah.
Because you're a dog, you like to dig. So stuff must be buried for the digger to come through. You're the digger because you're the spade. You're the ace, the spade. This is the cards.
Okay, so you said Digger. So now, if you want a little information for next year, you're gonna have to watch. There's a movie that came out called Digger. Now, just look at the movie as throwing out signals. That's all. It's going to be a signalization, this movie. One of the things, the person they use as the main character, his name is initials, and I won't say it because if I say it, you're going to go along the lines of how and what I say. So I'm not going to say it. But the word dig itself, okay, the ID, the DI, the 2x2, the 3x3, that's what the ID comes with. The G is
Yeah.
two gateways coming in. Instead of saying digger, take away the D and put an N, and now the digger becomes something else. This actually is the golden 1 cent. It becomes 555 in the change of the words. Also, the D is 500. It represents the golden one.
Yeah, and see, in Spanish, this is why I teach with the English language. The English language is the language of the angels. You can use English and look at other languages and see connections. So, like in Spanish, black is negro.
I just wrote it.
Yeah. See, this is our psychic ability. We're on the same train of thought. But yeah, in Spanish, black is negro, and once you strike black, gold. Once you strike black tar, you have oil, you have the gold. It's all like a story to talk about you, how you're already the golden goose who lays the golden egg as Jack with the beanstalk, the giant in heaven. But you have to plant your seeds, and then you have to wait for your fruit to come through. So a mature tree is the one that produces the fruit. They're stories that have been told through so many different perspectives, through so many different eyes and lenses, that once you start hearing all the stories, you can see how they all connect to paint a grand, elaborate story. And that's what I teach. I teach how the Jews see God versus how the Indians see God versus how the Native American Indians see God versus the Aztec. And once you start seeing all the common denominators and you understand that they were all using the stars, then you should see the grand story of the stars and how we come from the stars, how we are a star.
So, yes, we were talking about association of sound words. So the men that came from the sea are seamen or seaman. So if I just put the letter C with man, I get 28 and 331. If I put seamen, I get 28 and 331, or reverse it to men and I get 2832, and then I move to 35, which is the
Yeah,
heart
and
of the
see,
cube.
because I am also a part of the semen, because I had to have that semen to come into the egg to create myself. I am the mother and the father in a sense. And because I am also the semen, I am the Trinity, because Trinity is for the sea. So even when, see, I'm teaching stories too that we're talking about today, like The Matrix. The Matrix is a great story to basically help you understand the labyrinth and the game that's been constructed here. It's a great one because it shows you the Neo, and then that's how you become the Neo, the one with the three, so you become the 13th one at center. And that's why also Neo is told to follow the white rabbit. When you know that the white rabbit's right there on the die, it's the one at center. I think it should help everybody see the construction that's even being done, modern construction. See, a lot of people, they haven't passed the testament. They haven't passed the test of the mind yet because they're still stuck in it. They're still stuck in the New Testament and the Old Testament. They're stuck in the old tests. They haven't progressed into heaven because they're waiting for it to come. And it comes in the clouds. So this is why I speak on the cloud. Right now I'm speaking on the cloud so everybody can see me. I'm coming in the clouds. I am the Christ. I am the returned Christ. The Christ has returned. It is I. See, and I've built back better. I've built my ladder to heaven, and I've become a grand giant. I'm a giant on the earth. I'm the Bigfoot. I'm the one in the hidden valley. I am the, what is it? A skinwalker.
Well, mine's been removed, so I'm just bones.
Yeah,
So
I'm bones also. I'm bones and flesh. I'm
so
the meat
flesh is
suit.
the flesh is an arrow in French. The arrow hold yes. So there was something that was said a few minutes ago, which is Huff Puff and the wolf. What happens is you said heaven. Oh, somebody's got to shut off that thing. Do you have earplugs in?
No.
Okay, so it shouldn't do. You have speakers? Okay. Anyways, okay. So what happens? Heaven equals he avenue, AVE, because the A has been split. The V is this way, and oh, you can't see me. Hold on. I thought I'm showing you me, and the V in heaven. There's a 22nd letter. It goes along with the E. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So the V, even though it's a 4, it goes with the E because 4 and 5 are the harmonization. And now we have the opposites. Not only do we have the harmonization, we have the opposite. So 4 reverse alphabet is going to be W, but that's a 23. But what if I go 4 reverse 360-degree alphabet? What's that now? Yeah, I'm going to give you the answer. 1 through 37. 1 through 37. Okay, so
1 and 36 equals to 37. So 4 and 33 equals to 37. And that comes upon the breath. It's 4 and 33 to build your 37. So if you want to do something, you'll do 19, right, divided by 37, and then you'll do 18 divided by 37. These are my new things I do now. So 19 divided by 19, whoopee, 19 divided by 37 equals to 5135. Oh, the ace, 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 sun, 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 ace. Now, you know what the reverse of this? You remember what this number was? What was that division? It was, I think it was 19 divided by 37.
Yeah.
Okay, is 5135135. Now, 18 divided by 37, right, is going to equal to 486486.
Well, it's not showing 18 divided by 37. Yeah.
So 486 repeats 513. 486 repeats 513. 513. 486, 583, 999. This is the dodecahedron. It's the sun coming together. This is the split house of the tetrahedron coming together right over here. This is binary. This is beta binary. That's the soul coming in. Did you follow what I did? This is what I did. Any number you divide by, doesn't matter what it is, we're going to stay under 100. If you take 99, let's go to the center. 1 divided by 99, let's go to the center. 44 and 45. When you add them together, you get 999. You want to go to 95? So we're going to go to the highest two digits, 98 and 3. Okay? So if we go to 98 and 3, it becomes, hold on a second, 1 divided by 98 and 2 divided by 98, which you can also do 49 divided by 98. Now you have only one answer because it's 49 and 49. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to work 48 and 50, or 47 and 51, or no, 46 and 52, no, 45 and 53, no, 46 and 54. Okay, I can work from this one. There's a reason why I won't work from any of the other regions. First of all, if I get this one and this one, I have a 0. I can't work two equations. So I get the 47 and 51. I can't work this one. This is at the heart position. This one's in the duality. The 3 brings them all together, electric company, but the 4 bridges with the 3. Now I have my full number. We can use these two. I'm going to use this one here. This will connect to the moon. This will be 56 over here. This is going to be the huff and puff wolf. 23 is the communication. He is the avenue that you cross over. You can put she over here, but when you put she, you put 3 letters, and that becomes the fingers. 2 is the thumbs.
Yeah, well, I'm a she-wolf.
Puff the magic dragon down by the sea. That's what I'm a little short of right now. I'm looking for Q17 to come my way somehow, but with a $sign at the end of it.
Hey, I want to do some wordplay with you, though, because when you say heaven, see, first I know heaven as the house, earth, alpha, 22 go, electric, noon. Then heaven is also for your hive in, where we heave in. And then you have your high, your HI, VIN. And that's dealing with your name. Your name is a part of the program. Then you have your nicknames that also are your upgrades for your algorithms. And 9 is so powerful because 9 is for the house. It's the perfect number. It shows you the 69 balance because you need to look at 9 also as a 6, and your 6 is going to take you to your moon.
So if you
So
look
that
at
is
that,
your sun. The 9 is your sun and moon connect right there. So easy. And then you have a balanced house, 69 balance.
so what happens in that if you just want to go direct to numbers to make that statement is your moon is 57, your reverse is 51. So right away the vibration 2, 3, 4 equals to the 9 where we penetrate through 7. And the reason for that, it gets reduced to 6. So there's an equation out there where you
Yes.
multiplied an odd number by 3 and then add 1. One of the reasons it works out is because anything you multiply by 3, an odd number, will always be what is 3, and what is 5 is 15, 1 and 5 is 6. So all the numbers become 3, 6, and 9, and that's why this something there's some kind of equation that works out all the time and repeats because of this, and it's because that's the way the system is built.
Yeah, and once you basically have your 7 flames of fire, it's all running. The whole house is online, and that's your planets, you guys. You got your 7 flames of fire, that's your planets. Then you have to count the 3 that are on ice. They're all running together. Nothing works apart from one another. They all work together like gears, and they're producing the electric that makes life possible for the breath to come through, because you, in a sense, you are the breath of God.
Well, they somehow the 2 cubic, once you bring it in the 10th dimension, which you have to run the 10th dimension because we're not 10, we're 1,000 of something. We're 10 times the value of bringing the left to the right and the right to the left. So where was I with that? I don't remember where you were.
Yeah, and then the breath is for the beta, rabbit, electric, alpha, and time heaven.
I don't believe we even need the cube to come here, just like we don't need a virus in our computer in order to learn or anything to learn, right? And if we want better computers or better, what do you call it? Or faster, more efficient things that understand where a virus is or what's interfering, what better than a human being to decipher what's going on? So this is what this whole thing of the alphabet geometric shapes is basically a measurement on how to create the perfect mind.
Yeah, and when you understand, see, I want to tell you something. When you understand, because if people are going to work with their alphabet to know the whole story, they need to see the alphabet in a spherical clock shape, not a flat linear shape from A to Z like that. You need to see it in the circle because that's what it is in the heavens. See, because I teach the zodiac, I teach you how those constellations are the ABCs. And when you stand on the land and you watch the rotation, you see the circle that's drawn with the stars. So there's your holy sphere right there. And when you square everything off, as you should already understand, you as the Holy Spirit, you travel very fast because you're that walking tree of life on that grid. See, and it's a circle and a square, and then you have to add your triangle, and then you can see Metatron's cube come through. You can see the 2D emerge with a 3D. See, and then once people understand the 3D, then they can go into the 5D, which is the sun. If anybody wants to know how to get to 5D reality, just know, go outside under the 54 sun, SUN equals 54, 54, SUN equals 5D, the light.
Wow, I like that. 5D. Why did you say that again? Because I know what that is. 5 times 4 is 20. The aether comes in, the oxygen, it lights. So when you
It's
mention
just
the sun,
realities, I feel like so many people are kind of like the lights aren't turned on. You know, they're in the darkness in a way. And they need the light to come through, but when they go outside, they still can't see the light, you know? So
Right. So
I
the
think that's
numbers,
where the reality has to upgrade here. You go outside, you're in the light.
when you mentioned those numbers before, that's exactly directed right into the sun, powered up by the moon. 57, 54, 60, 51, all of these realities or numbers or digits are moving. They're constantly moving. But when they're not moving, they're telling the connections. So it's all about how all the numbers come together. I had a Brahma Vishnu Shiva. So I don't remember what is that? That's not a religion. That's a,
Cow. Yeah, it's India. Yeah, I'm
okay.
probably saying that because Shiva is the die. So
Okay,
is the Brahma.
So stop for a second. The H letter and the S letter, they are the reverse alphabet. When you have the S letter, it's an association of 10 and 9. The 10 association is A, B, C, D in the lower house. The H letter, okay, with the S letter comes to the heart of the cube. When 9 is involved, this cube is involved. The S and R are automatically a duality with the sun. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just commenting how Shiva is the die. Shiva is the die. So like the die, it can show you all the names. You need to understand how all the gods, they're all the same god, just with a different nickname. And then you need to understand, where did these names come from? Well, they came from the construction of the die. So just like you saw Shiva, Jesus is also the die. And then you need to understand that's you. You're Shiva. There are stories to show you about yourself, basically.
10, 6, 7, 8, 9. Reverse of this is going to be 8, 7, 6 is going to be 21 or 3. The reverse of ACD will be 9, 6, 5, 20 instead of 7. And this is where the Aztec fit in. Did you follow that, what went on here? Because somebody mentioned a trinity. So yes, there's a few trinities. In fact, there's many trinities. Many associations of the tetrahedron reflecting mirrors upon themselves upon the ground. And every time they flip and roll, there's always a trinity happening. It's the fourth house broken down into 3 houses, right? And basically, you can see them as this 1, you can see them as this 2, then you create the X as 3, and then the X is 4. Each one of these has a value of 30 in base understanding, meaning that when you put it up against here, you cannot create the stars the same way. Nothing will begin until you have a minimum of a 2x2 area space, making it fair. That way you can draw the straight line. Because in tic-tac-toe, right, this line over here, right, we cannot create it unless you have a 2 cubic. Because we're running with a interference space over here. So these are the only 2 ways to go, this way, or that way. So we can just run our whoopee. I don't know what that is, but. So you can ask me any question you want. You have anything, who's that Truth Quan? You want to come up? If you have any questions anywhere in history, it doesn't really matter. Because it just doesn't.
Yeah, see, like when he said Shiva, I think Shiva is blue. Shiva's blue, and see, that's also the story of Aquarius with the blue and the red. You know, the zodiac is all about the red shift, blue shift, and that's all to find the purple. Purple is the color of the royals. So you, as a dog god, you're a royal in the purple. Okay, that's how it already is. A lot of people are trying to find their crown and access a crown, and it's already here. It's your head.
So we're going to introduce, hello, how are you, T-Seeker? I don't read so good,
Hello there.
so.
My name's Tom. How you doing?
I'm doing
Hello,
good. I'm
Tom.
doing good. Have you got any questions into anything of? Well, you know what subject I'm basically on, right? I'm looking to just answer questions that link up to the numbers. I don't. Sometimes I don't know what to call it, and I'm a little like 6 hours into this already. So, uh,
Yeah, I don't really understand all the numerology stuff, but when I saw this with the three gods, it was that night when I went to sleep when I saw the patterns and it said number 9. So I was awake when I saw the gods. I was actually looking at the moon and they come out in the moonlight. But Vishnu was so bright blue, it was just very bright. And Shiva was blue as well, but Brahma was white.
each triangle has 3 circles. Every circle is 36,108. Every circle is a 3. Why? Because it gets split up into 3. You can't split it up into 2. It has to be split into 3. The mirrors all perform together. Tetrahedron.
Yeah, before I saw all that, I was drawing the pyramids and I was drawing stars above it. And I drew underneath and I was drawing different dimensions to the pyramids. And it was just that night when I started looking at the moon. I weren't trying to do no magic or nothing, and it just started appearing to me. And it was from 2 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock. So I sat there for hours watching them, and it was just madness, all different things going on in the sky. And I was awake. So yeah, it was really quite scary, but it was like really impressive. And I was like, wow, because I weren't really sure where we'd come from. I didn't know who Brahma was. So when I saw him, it was just like his heads went all the way left to right as far as I could see.
B and
So
R. B and R for Brahma in artwork, right? If you separate it all, hold on. I'll just put it out here. Hold on.
Yeah, I share a lot of art for Brahma and Shiva, but I connect all this to the die. And of course, the die also connects to the pyramids. It's all to show how you are the capstone. You are the pyramid, the pyro medium, the fire medium. You get into those understanding of the words. Likewise, you're the Shiva and the Brahma. These are characters you should try to upgrade to become. This is what I was shown when I was getting those kind of images. I was being shown all of that just to show how powerful I am and helping me connect dots. Just like I understand I'm the Jesus who has returned, just like I understand that I'm the Queen of Heaven. See, a lot of people, they have a lot of masculine gods here, and they try to hide all the women ones and call them bad. But I understand all of that stuff and how basically once you understand the blueprint of the die, which is Metatron Square, you'll see how all the gods come from the cube. Just like you're coming from the cube also, because you're a god. You're a particle of God here.
that's what I got when I saw him. That's what the sort of message it was giving me. It was saying you are Brahma, I am Brahma, everyone's Brahma. Basically, we all come from
Yes,
Brahma.
you're the
So we're all,
alpha.
yeah,
You create your own story. You're so powerful here as a piece on the earth. That's why you chose to come here, to be that powerful piece. And a lot of
exactly.
people, they don't understand that because we have not been taught that. We haven't even been taught that we have a crown. When you have the crown of your head right here, you're the Holy Grail. It's you. You just have to tap in and remember this. And then when you walk upon the earth in your true power and your understanding of awareness of the power that you have, then you can become a very powerful player here and help manifest the kind of heaven and reality that you want. Even when there's a lot of people here who are creating hell. See, so many are stuck in their own hell, they don't see heaven that's right in front of them. I see it all the time because that's what I've created for myself. I can see others' hells that they've made. But see, I don't let that affect my reality because I am a alpha. You see what I'm saying? I'm the boss. That's what I feel like we should all become, the boss of
Really
your own
lost before.
show.
I was getting really, really lost, and I was like, my algorithm was really dark. And then when I saw that, what happened? It just switched my algorithm. Everything switched. My whole life.
I'm so happy for you. Yeah, I've shared lots of videos of Shiva dancing, and that's what he's known for, dancing. He's
Yeah,
known
that's what
for
I've been doing as
dancing and
well.
known for being, two-faced in a way. There's a good side and bad side, but that's also you. It's a part of your learning and just finding the balance. That's what I feel like a lot of the Hindu religions. They try to teach you all those multiple facets of who you could become, and then you get to pick, because the animals teach us
Because
stories.
that day I went to the woods and I was walking through the woods. It was quite a big spiritual day actually. I had 3 different things happen. I went to the woods and I had a stick and I was just walking with it like a walking stick. And I said a prayer for divine protection and I hit the stick on the floor. And as soon as I'd done that, all hailstones came. And it weren't even like, it looked like it was going to hailstone. It just started hailstoning.
Oh, great. Yeah, see, that's you walking in your power and authority. We all have that. We all have that ability.
I never knew that until then.
Yeah.
Because I sort of always had a bit of
calling it out in the open too. That's very powerful. If you can speak, see, I do that too. I speak into the wind. I claim my power. I've claimed the all. I possess all. I know how far out I go, and that's just part of my algorithm. What I was shown to do. I follow my heart. I follow my head.
Yeah. It's quite hard for me sometimes because my family don't understand. And it's like, well, I'm quite spiritual, they don't really get it.
Yeah, I was raised in a very different kind of religious household, and I don't agree with most of what they taught. But at the same time, I do see the benefits of the program that they had, because I look at all the religions like a program. You can either attend the program or you can create your own. So what I have done, I've sampled all the religions and all that Earth had to offer spiritually as a buffet. I picked what I liked, and that's what I chose to keep. I made my own religion, which is a binding. I've bound myself to my own program that I have constructed. And basically, my program I constructed has all to do with heaven. I'm not waiting for heaven to come. It's already here. It's my state of mind that I carry with me. See, and then that's what I follow. I follow heaven. And it's odd because even in Gematria, my name equals heaven. So I understand my program with my name and why I'm tied to heaven, because it's my name.
How do you put it in there to see your Gematria name, what it comes out to?
Well, you can use your Gematria calculator, which I'm a mystic, so I teach you how the English language is the language of the angels. It is a codex, the English language. It shows you Ra, that is the resident angel, that is you, the rabbit alpha. You can go to a Gematria calculator, which they have on the internet, and you can type in any word you want, and you can see the code of the numbers and how the numbers connect with the letters. It'll give you a sum, and then you can see that sum, and then you can see other words that equal that sum. And so all those words equal the same thing. Like Jesus is also Shiva. See, a lot of people don't know that, but when you observe the stories of Jesus and then you observe the stories of Shiva, you will see they have a lot in common, just like Jesus has a lot in common with a lot of the other gods. And that's because it's you. It's teaching the story of the hero on the wheel. And then the hero, he has multiple layers that he must go through to progress on the wheel through his ages and stages, because he's the fine wine. He has to age to become mature. See what I'm saying? And when you look at the Gematria numbers and you start seeing how multiple words have the same sum, then you can see commonality. And then you can start doing that with several words. You see what I'm saying? And then you can see, once you do all of that, there's a certain line of reasoning that comes through, because you got to understand how your colors are numbers. Then you need to understand how your planets are numbers, how everything breaks down into numbers, and then those numbers can further break down into binary code. Then you can see what I call the blueprints of reality. And this is kind of what the movie The Matrix is about. It's because the high wizards already knew this stuff. They've been practicing Gematria and that kind of magic and sorcery all the way back to Babylon. And that's kind of, It's kind of the reality that's here. It's the black circus. It's already here. It's the Hunger Games. You're in the Hunger Games already.
That's exactly what I thought. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, and see, because you're in the Hunger Games, you get hungry. So you have to, and it's all a part of man searching. Man hungers for truth. Man hungers for righteousness. Man hungers for justice. And so, as a collective, man who is all vibrating at that same line of hunger, they compete. They race. It's a part of the race of life. The race of life is also like Pan's Labyrinth. So you, as the alpha and the manna, the bread of life here in heaven, you can see all this, how it's all pointing to you when you understand all those words go into numbers and break down into numerics and how they connect. And then you can really see how the scripts have been wrote here with the logos. The logos and the actors on the television, even I don't know if see, this is not my page, I'm just a guest here, but in my house I teach how even the politicians are actors. They get a CB code and they play a game of confusion on purpose. They're paid a lot of money to be a puppet.
I can't believe how much we sit back and watch it. I know there's not much we can do, but it's been going on so much in front of everyone's faces now.
Yeah, and everybody can see the show. They should be able to see the shit show even better whenever they understand astrology and how, those people are working to hide heaven. They're also working against the public. They're inciting wars and crime through the programming, which is mostly done through the television also. A lot of the crimes that we see have been shown to man on the television so monkey can see and monkey can do, and most of it is for profit and gain, and it does create a lot of chaos. But still, like I said, here in heaven there is a lot of chaos, but out of chaos comes order. So there's always something to rely on to bring us back to the headquarters, and that's the numbers. The numbers and the letters all take us back home. They show us the truth over the reality. They help us become balanced as the alpha.
Can you predict your future then with that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and see, that's what they've done. They've utilized, because used to a long time ago, they had to do everything by hand. They didn't have a computer. Okay, and now they can just type this stuff into a computer and you can see the possibilities. Once you understand how the zodiac is also like the roulette wheel and how it's like the clock, it turns, and you got your pawn in there or your white ball, it bounces around. You can see basically a mentality that can be created and controlled on a large scale. So like this is why China, they don't follow the 12 zodiac like Americans do. They have their own calendar, but you need to know that is a whole other system. But that system is just like the zodiac. It's just a different perspective. But those systems all work together. So they use it for like lots of predictions, even, and I want to even say even the stock market is, used with the astrology because in a sense you're the stock because you're the alpha, the cow. That's why you have the stock market, and then that happens over in the Taurus area, and then that's the calendar. Then you have the bear market. That happens in the fall and winter months. And see, that's a zodiac story too. So everything here is built upon the zodiac. People should really learn it.
Trying to get my missus to learn about stuff like that because she just, every time I try and tell her anything, she rolls her eyes, just don't believe it. But obviously, there's so much there that's all correct.
Yeah, see, like I was teaching how you're the L. You're the L. You're the BL. The bell. The bell is the cube. BELL equals CUBE. That's 31. Okay, and because you are the L, the electric L, which is EFGHIJKL 12 for Saturn. You're the electric Saturn, which is the sun. You're the electric sun that is on. You're the Elon. See, they have Elon Musk there. Elon Musk is for the L on. It's all a codex to show how the L is on for humanity.
If I put my name in the chat, do you want to do my name?
Yeah, you could do your name. I'll show you. Yeah, and
Right.
I've done a whole program on my page to show how I read. I can read everything totally different than anybody has scripted something. I can make my own dictionary.
That's my name there in the chat.
Yeah, time, heaven, Om, Alpha, Spirit, Blackshaw. See, and you're tied. You're tied to the black curtain. See, and this is why I feel like possibly, and see, because I'm a mystic and I know that you're talking about seeing Shiva and everything, because you're tied to the Blackshaw, you're tied to the spirit heaven, Ha. And that's why you were shown the pyramid and Shiva, because it's part of your program to know who you are and your power here. That's also why I feel like you've chosen as your nickname Truth Squad. And then you even have your other nickname is Tom. And then when you know you can become the all, you have every single name in your program. You can even become myself because technically I'm in the mirror. I'm like a reflection of you. You see how I'm speaking as a reflection? I'm a reflection here so others can see me and see themselves in a different light, something that they might not like, but others might like. It all depends on the perspective. So that's how I look at others. I look at you like you're a reflection as a reminder. That's how I look at others. I look at others as a piece of myself that I needed to see, either for like correction or learning or something. This is why people come into my algorithm. So I can share something with them or just be present so they can feel me. That's how I look at it a lot. But yeah, you were shown all of that, and I feel like it's because, and also because you're here, the things that are being taught here, um, I definitely feel like, yeah, you were drawn to this page, no doubt, because you needed to learn the cube and you needed to learn how it all connects. See, when I teach about the die, I teach how the die connects you to Orion. It connects to the pyramids. It connects to Saturn, Sun. Once you have Saturn and Sun connect, you have the whole grid. And then I show how that connects to the bullseye in Taurus, the Pleiades. See, I teach those stories about where we come from with the Mother Hub. Well, I don't
It's
know.
very,
I
very
don't know
interesting.
if you know any of the stories of the Pleiades, but in all the ancient cultures, this is where they all say we come from, and I can show that construction utilizing the die or the dice. I can utilize the dice to teach astrology and cast lots. These are the lots, the dice. They're also the eyes that the women use to read the wells. So this is why I'm here in this Mr. Tackpan's group, because he had the dice and it was all so very familiar to me. And I was in Gematria trying to piece things together. I had my own, there's a voice that I follow that teaches me, and I see it as the grandmother. I've always seen the grandmother as being in me, And this is the voice I follow. She teaches me and shows me all things. I've always looked at her as the queen bee. I know she's from the Pleiades, and she's taught me her story so I could play a role here and depict her story. She is the hoe, but she is the head operator. See, I have re-corrected a lot of the words. Like when you see the word whore, you need to understand that used to be a good word for the White House or. And see, a lot of people have taken those divine words and they've given them a negative light. And it's your job here to put the good back in all words. You have to look for the good to find the code. And a lot of times, telling people what's good versus what's bad, that's where you run into issues because not everybody has that same perspective. So that's where I feel tag pans comes into play. Just bringing everything back into the numbers. Because once you bring things back into the numbers, the word sin doesn't look so scary, does it? Once you just see it as a number. The numbers take away fear. So therefore, I see all things as good. And then we're back to the beginning, because in the beginning, all things were good. The numbers get you there.
Okay, so I'm going to finish up with this. Then I got to get some whiteout that I ruined and all kinds of other stuff. Or anybody out there like to help and support the channel, that'd be fantastic. Even if it's as low as 99 cents, because that would include the two sexes. So this thing over here, the 5775, and why I chose this number is it's the highest number you can actually get upon a cube is 7 for the entry of communication in the heavens of 9, right? It's an 8 and 1 9 on the cube. So 5775 straight for words is what is electric and moon. The electric is 75, the 57 is moon. Now I like to look for its divisibles. So it has a trinity in it. A 19 and 38 creates it. The 19 is what is 1/3. And 1 times 19 equals 19. And then 2 times 19 equals to 38. 38 plus 19 equals to 57. Now in this creation, 3 and 8 equals to 11. It becomes 11 and 19. And your 57 now becomes 30. 11 cannot be changed. So what happens now? The 19 can be reduced. And the 19 can be reduced to 10. So I'll now have 11 and 10, and that equals to 21. And then I can reduce it again, and it'll be 11 and 1 equals to 12. And this is the way we will create this piece here. I have to turn myself around. And this is the heart of the cube of 36. It's 111, Aquarius with Aries. Inside of this, what you do not see is the 2-9 association. That's the first time 11 unites. 8 and 1 equals to 9. 7 and 2 equals to 9. So this answer will invert to 8, 7. And that is what is 1 times 7, 1 plus 7. It happens in a singularity on the cube. The reason for that, if I can just show you everything in one day, after 21 years, I would. It's the 1, 7. See over here, fixed 8, 1 times 7, 1 plus 7, coming from the cardinal into the fixed. Coming from here, 3 and 4 equals to 7. So how do we get this? 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 equals to 3 and 4, 7. This 8 can be computed other ways. 2 times 8, 2 plus 8 equals to 16, and 10 equals to 26. 2 and 6 is 8. In this scenario, that is... I'm just trying to remember what comes in with that to explain in the story. I'm not going to do it. Anyways, this over here, once you multiply 8 times 7 is 56, and 8 plus 7 is 15, and 56 back to 71 again. It's a power station. It's a power station. Okay. I'm just trying to show you that here, over here, when it runs, so I'm going to do it this way. It's 2 groups, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in one group, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in the other one. When you connect, you'll connect from 1 all the way down to 11, and that's going to be your first group. Your next group, you're going to connect 6 and connect to 16. If you notice, I ended with a 1, I ended with a 6.
17 is an association and gets divided between the left and the right side, bridging together. If you notice, everything is 17 here. The lower area is 1 and 8, 9, 4 and 5, 9, 2 and 7, 9, 3 and 6, 9. The lower area here is 13, 12, 9 and 16, 11, 14, 10, 25. The inside area is 7 and 10 and 6 and 11. 70 and 17, 87, power me up. 6 times 11 is 66 and 17, 83. That's the cube. So do you see the way this thing works here?
Oh yeah, I liked your diagrams that you have created.
Yeah, well, you see this one here, like, I mean, they told me I cheated with this diagram in the middle here. You see it? Right? They told me that, like, what do you call that? That's like I'm using somebody else's work. That's what they said to me. I said, you tell me I'm using somebody else's work and I'll move my carpet over for a minute. You see, that design is right over here.
Yeah, but you know, I have painted some very nice pieces and they're on your wall. And it's kind of pissed me off some because I'm like, you know, I sat and thought really hard. I went into deep meditation. I just saw the light code. It came through and I was just like, oh, it's so beautiful. I hope I can remember it. And I took the time to go get the canvas. I took the time to get the paint. And lo and behold, you have the same piece of art on your wall.
Oh, I did the
So,
math.
you know, but I do feel like I tapped into my future when I did it. I tapped into my future and I saw something important that I wanted to draw for memory. And it's been the same way even with people. I've seen the people and they were only in my dreams, or some of them looked like a ghost, you know, in my house. But later on, I did see them.
So this piece over here, I'm going to be ending it. I'm a little tired. I'm going to come back in a couple hours, or if somebody wants to bring me up. I'm looking to answer the questions of the universe and the Kabbalistic questions. What is 72? What is 13? Or anything else? Ask me anything. It doesn't make a difference to me. ABC 1, 2, 3. We all can do it if you seek out, right? And the answer is not the final answer. So what this is this is roulette. It starts off by all dots. It starts off by dots. And then I count the dots and I associate. When you see a straight line, it's because it's going to the area space. And the smallest I can create is this, right? That's 1, but it shouldn't be 1. It has to be larger than this, but this is what it is. You have to see the mini and the macro. So this here is a whole section of 36 dots in here. The first line on the left is going to be what they call the cardinal. In the middle, it's going to be the fixed. And on the right, it'll be the mutable. 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22, 25, 28, 31, 34, and we end down here at 34. I'm just going to get my stick out and see if I can point it with my big stick. Hold on a second. Oh, there's the big stick.
Yeah, and see, when I first saw your stuff on your floor, it was familiar to me. It was so familiar, and I knew exactly what it was.
So what it is here is 36 dots, 36 numbers. Here is the cardinal, fixed, mutable. And what it is about that, I mean, we all know basically is that cardinal, fixed. Binary code is 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. That's binary. No 3, 6, and 9. So the same thing is going to happen here. And there's different ways to link this, and this is incomplete. They're all different, just to understand that we can do more. And if you look at the X here.
Yeah. Yeah, you just did that to reveal a pattern that could be completed.
Right. So
yes.
There's multitudes. There's this one here.
Yeah, and see, that's why I like that, because to me, when I saw this, I automatically thought it needed to go on fabric. The pattern. I love the patterns and the colors.
Yeah, they're all individualized. You know, I have to show that it needs a sheath. You know, you need the sheath like this, cover up on top of it for protection. So I showed the protection here in blue.
Yeah.
But the blue, when I change the colors of my light, I forget what light I'm supposed to use in the light spectrum to change around, because in the light, I think in the green light, this blue disappears or the red disappears and only the blue appears in the lights.
Cool.
So, and I didn't know this when I started, but when the lights started flashing, all my apartment started giving me a headache. So
Yeah.
we know the binary over here. Hi, how you doing, Spicy? The little yellow bus. I got yellow all over my room. The Aztec are pulling the yellow buses. Well, we know binary. We're only 3 of us left, and I'm tired. So, and Truth had to go, and I got to go get some color markers and stuff. And I got to go beg at the corner somewhere and pick
Well,
up
you
some
did a
bottles.
great show. It was a great show. Thanks for letting me talk. I hope I don't. Well, I like being a guest on the show. Let's just say that.
You see, I don't know who knows what, and I don't know what you know. So if somebody says and understands what you make sense, that's good enough for me. And through it all,
I know, and some people, they can get it. They get exactly what I'm saying, and then others don't get it. And everybody should know I'm just goofing off.
well, you're not really goofing off. It's just when we have a nonchalant, drunken dance, which means all these things connect together. And sometimes we're missing pieces and points and parts to explain it fully. So we just do a dance for somebody else. Hopefully they can see where you're going with it. I listen to it and understand that there's certain things that you mentioned. When you mentioned Sue, perfect. That's going to be an association and assembly. First of all, S and U is 676. Why? Because in between the S and U, when you're in gematria, it goes 676. Also, Suez Canal. What's going on right now in the Strait of Hormuz right now? This is part of the realignment of Tartaria's communication system. And no matter what you do, the barge is moving.
This is
And
why
you
they say,
can't
I
stop
sue you, I sue you, I sue
Yes,
you.
that too. So the barge is moving and you can't stop it. You cannot stop what's coming, no matter what.
Yes.
And you mentioned before, they don't pay, we pay. No, we all pay. You must pay the ferryman. The barge is moving. They pay to get the information to keep living in the area space they are. They keep running out money. Why? Because every time they make a mistake and they put up the wages, guess what? The other side doesn't reduce. Once you put it up on that side, the crank stays up. Even if they go down here, every time you increase our cost of living, this crank goes up. The minute we can no longer achieve the cost of living, this system is over. But it's made to happen only at the end.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and Sue is for us. This is why I like your work. You show the mirror, just how you did that 5775. Okay, Sue, SU, is US. It's us, and then you add that electric. So we're the electric. We're the
I'll give you a good one.
information, the zip zap.
Here, this one you're going to like.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And
and see, that's the square. That's the black box, is the muse.
No, but you just said something. Can you repeat the phrase you said before?
About Sue, how Sue is us with the electric.
Okay, no, because what you did is the fuse in use runs around the 7th area. STU. The A is what is the US. The E is when the A is split and you come down the center, aligning with all the 0.5s, 17.5, 18.5, 19.5, but it's not 19.5. It's 19, then 20. It's not 18.5. It's 18 and 19, and that's where the split of the equator comes in. But the equator is like this. The 90 degrees comes down to my head. My head stops, and the 90 degrees starts here. This area space has 3 levels to it. 10, 10, 10, or how about 5 minutes to the left and to the right? 5 minutes to the left and to the right, 5 minutes to the left and to the right. You're at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock. At 2 o'clock and 10 o'clock, you're 60 degrees to the left, 60 degrees to the right. That's the Rolex watch.
Yeah.
That's your 120 degrees of Tesla 3, 6, and 9. And when you measure it, you must measure 30 degrees below in order to get this. And the measurement...
I love it.
Oh.
Others must not. It's so funny because I do see some people pop in, they don't understand, but just how we're talking, it's so great. I understand it. It makes me
Here,
laugh.
yeah. So we have a big move. So we have to know that here is the 180 going across. But when you come to the soul, you come to here. And when you come to here, what you do is you come from here to here to here, and you create one. Then you go here. Then you go here, 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 here. Sorry, here, 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 here. Then here, 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 here. And then you go all the way around. And they're all moving at the same time. I'm only showing you one. But if I had all the sticks, I can move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. There's 24 parts in here. And plus.
Yeah, and I like how you kind of did like the web, because that is the spider's web. Spider-Man / woman.
See the way they're contacting each other on the cross and the angle, right? The angle, it shows you they're both the same size. It's just the angle. This is your Aleph.
Yeah, and there's the bolt of lightning right there.
Yeah, I had to do it that way. How you doing, buddy? I'm talking to you. How you doing, buddy? What's going on? I'm talking to the only one that listens. You okay there, buddy? Sorry about that. I wasn't sure which part was the mask.
Camera was not at his face.
Oh, it wasn't? Oh, I was looking at him. I just couldn't figure out. Yeah. Sorry, that was my foot. Yeah, I didn't know. And then we have the big bad wolf, right? Oh, yes, you said below, right? I remember below. It's actually to blow or below is the house of bait, right? The wolf, the vet, the bet, the vet. Anyways, I'm flipping this around.
Oh, yeah, there was something else. Okay, so I am a spelling bee, just so you know. I know how to spell. And there was something else I was going to tell you about the bet, but I will have to remember what it is. I just wanted to say that out loud, though, so I could.
Well, you actually just did, because when you went from but to bet, right? The BET versus the BUT is actually consciousness, E and U coming together, 5, 1, 2. The 5, when you have 5, is it 9, 5, 14, 1 and 4, 5? Is it 8, 6, 14, 1 and 4, 5? Right? Is it, what is the other one? And I'm missing. Is it 1 and 4, 5 or 2 and 3, 5? And then all the ways to achieve the 5 mathematically.
Yeah. Yeah, because the 5 is the electric. So powerful. Fifth element.
Pascal. Yeah, so Suez. So again, the 19 is at the birth. So if the 19 and the 21 come together, they're both associated with 66. If these two come together, it's 676. The proton, the electron, and the neutron, the F and the H, the S and the U, same thing. So if the H is 8, the U is 21, 3, we now have master numbers. Why is 3 and 8 a master number? It's how you fabricate it. 11 and 22 will fabricate your 3 and 8 master numbers. Your 38, right? 2 38s is 76. Or what is 19 plus 38 equals to 57? And what is 19 and 38 equals to 57? Because we just can't do any more than that. Monopoly tells us, right? Monopoly tells you. Monopoly, the 41st, once you get into the game Monopoly, when you get back to Go, it's 41. The Mediterranean becomes 42. That's where we are right now. This is what's going on. It's the final chapter of communication in my game. I'm looking for others. I'm going to end it right now. I'm going to come back in a couple hours. Not sure when. If you have questions, if you look up right now, something to do with the Kabbalah, what numbers they're looking for, what numbers they're missing, what numbers they come with, they don't know why, bring it to me. I'll do it.
The younger generation calls you bet. They'll say bet, like addressing you. You are the bet.
So Hebrew is bet vet. 222. And also in Hebrew, I don't end the alphabet at the 22nd later. I have to continue on. I have to go up to 25.
Bait is box. Bet is bait also. Bet is bait. It is box. It is fish. It is you. You are fish. 42. Yes. Okay, so I will have to put my notifications on. I just hopped on today and saw you were live, so that's why I joined to listen.
I'm alive and I'm not below. So no, because anytime you get an A, a B, stop on all these letters. And in fact, if you get a 5-letter word, just use 4 letters. Any of the 4. That way we understand all the 4 combinations, because all the 5, well, they're together. And one of my favorite words is dance, because the zodiac is a deacon, and that's the dance of the zodiac. So let me do this one thing. 9. ABC, ABD, ACD, BCD. And you know what? I thought I knew it myself, but this cube says the same thing. ABC, ACD, ABD,
Oh, it's
BCD.
all right there. You're not crazy. Thank God.
So now we're going to change this, right? We're going to take, this is going to be I. So we're going to do this the opposite way. This is going to be IGF. This is going to be IHG. This one's going to be, and wait a second, I'm going to do it again. Check this one out. Check this one out. Check this one out. See this? Jack, Queen, King. Do you know why?
Oh, that's good. Why?
You know why? Okay. The Queen has all her eyes. All four suits have all her eyes. That's 8. The Jack only has 6, right? But it's 2 and 2. 2 suits and 2 suits. The King has 3 suits of 2 eyes and 1 suit. So the King is 7-3, the Jack is 6-4, and the Queen is 8-2. 8-2, earth and water. 7-3, air and air. 6-4, earth and water. So the 2-4 that splits the gate is brought together by the 3, 3, 1, 3, splitting what is 7, 2 times 4, 2 plus 4. Repeat.
Oh, it's so great. Yeah, I see 32 pig, 23 I am, 42 fish, 34 Neo.
33 between 24. 0.5, 3.5 between 2 and 4, 2.5 between 2 and 3, and then we do the same thing for every single one. So you got to do the upper, the lower, the left, the right. I mean, I went out dancing last night, 8 hours of questions until the computer just screwed up on me, and I lost a lot of it, but it doesn't matter. I just need to have a few drinks and go back and do it again. I'm talking about water. It took me 8 hours to put something together. I answered every single question. Okay, I even have it. I don't know if I have it here. Let me see if I screenshotted anything yesterday. Hold on. Let me see if I screenshot.
I made a video yesterday, and I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you watched it yet or not, but basically some of the stuff you covered was in my video. But I was just reiterating about the zombies, how it's the Z-OM-B for the OM-B, for the home bee. Oh, my whole body, like, I can feel it. Oh, that's some of my favorite meditation, that sound. There's a really good one on there. It's got a Buddhist man does it.
So do you understand this piece over here, what I did? This is your 28. This is your beginning 13 and 1, 14. This is when you come into the other side of the alphabet. 182, July 1st, or what is 28? The 28th cycle, when the masculine and feminine come together. Everything is going to be what joins. The right side will be for the spirit, and the left side is going to be for the soul. The reason for that is I'm starting off with 13 and 1 here, which is going to equal to 116. And the other side is going to equal to 94. There's different ways to associate this together. The 169, 11 and 12, 168 surrounding 1, that's the clock. So let me get back, and there was one thing I wanted to show.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that one yet. That's very nice. I was going to go
Which
and
one is
look on
that?
your page later to see your diagrams you made. Yeah, so where I'm at right now, there's lots of cicadas and grasshoppers singing. I watched a video. One man, he recorded the sounds over the season, right? Because in the wintertime, the bugs don't sing. But during the season of singing, he recorded that sound and then he fast forwarded it and he also slowed it down and it made music. It was such a beautiful sound. I would love to hear more of that sound. I saw it and it was just one of those videos. It was here and then it was gone and I did not save it. But that music was just so beautiful. Still is. It's still so beautiful and it's for our bodies. And I said that because I did the stuff. The bugs, if you go out and do the with the bugs, it's even better experience. You can really feel it. Oh, I love feeling those vibrations on my body. It's just like, thank you. Thank you, Mother Nature, for making me feel good.
So this is the other way to bring the organics out of the words or out of the numbers. I'm not sure if I have all of these. I got a bunch of them. Oh, let me see what this one is.
Oh, wow, that
Uh,
looks interesting.
yeah, but they made a bunch of mistakes, so I never looked this one over. I just like went to just see what they did if they got everything done
Yeah,
right.
and
So,
I get what you're saying. I like that too. I still leave some of the stuff I made. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, but I still kind of left it to it because it did something there.
so what you do is you go ahead and you go into paint, pixel paint, and you move around the pieces and you reset it all. That's what I do. I work on it like you can work on these things like something like this. It'll take me about 3 hours to complete it, and it
Oh
took me
yeah, I
about
bet it took a
three
lot of
hours to
time. I
build it.
could tell. I could
Yeah.
tell as soon as I saw it. It took a lot of time to create.
Oh, and they make mistakes. Unless I buy the system, and it's $30 a month. So it's I'm still looking for support here to after 21 years. Imagine I can't bring in $21 a month.
I know. I only made 3 cents. If that makes you feel good.
Oh God, yeah, but
I made
I got
three
I
whole pennies, and I was like, "Oh my god, I made some pennies! How do I get them out of my phone? They're
yeah,
not
so
going to come out either. They won't come out of my phone. I've tried so hard."
So for all those who are going to come back here, I'm ending it now. We're bringing
Okay.
history to the future, and the future is now. It's not tomorrow. We're not creating tomorrow to know that the sun will come up. It's not a prediction. If it does, it does. But guess what? If it doesn't, maybe we won't either. 10-4 Pascal, merci beaucoup. S'il y a quelqu'un qui veut faire une donation pour aider le canal ou pour acheter des choses, des petites choses, des bijoux comme des stylos, des bijoux comme du papier. Il y a une affiche de PayPal en avant.